guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
What they're doing is they're turning to politics and they're turning to anything anti-Trump, as opposed to saying we want to join the president in his effort to protect the American people.
U.S. Attorney for D.C. Jeanine Pirro is defending Trump administration's federal crackdown on crime in the nation's capital. She touted the impact during an appearance on Fox News Sunday.
If President Trump didn't do this, Washington would continue to be one of the most violent cities in the world, and anyone who is against it is about politics and not about safety for our fellow citizens.
Her comments come as President Trump has considered possibly conducting similar crime crackdowns in other major cities, such as Chicago. More than 2,000 National Guard troops are currently in Washington. President Trump is defending Chinese students in the U.S. as he faces backlash from supporters.
In an interview with the Daily Caller released Sunday, Trump said that China is giving the U.S. a lot of money right now, saying letting students attend universities in America is the right thing to do. He went on to add that he has a strong relationship with Chinese President Xi. Supporters of Trump have criticized the potential move, saying the shift in the strict visa policies undermines his America First agenda. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Mental health organizations across the country are raising concerns this month around suicide prevention.
An estimated 49,000 Americans die by suicide each year, with one death occurring every 11 minutes. Experts say that suicide rates have been steadily rising over the past 2 decades. According to the National Alliance on Mental Illness Organization, greater awareness of warning signs being changed this trajectory. If you or someone you know is struggling, help is available by calling or texting 988. I'm Katie Gray.
AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gasoline is $3.19 today. Mono County, California is up to $5.84, while Simpson County, Mississippi is down to $2.49. From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
A Florida State University linebacker has been hospitalized after getting shot Sunday night. At the beginning of his Monday news conference, Florida State University head football coach Mike Norvell said the team is keeping Pritchard in their thoughts and prayers.
Thoughts and prayers with Ethan Pritchard and his family. It's obviously an extremely tragic event.
Pritchard was shot and wounded while visiting family in Havana, which is north of Tallahassee. Pritchard is in critical but stable condition. Social media accounts in California may soon come with a warning label.
California's social media warning law aims to tackle social media addiction by requiring platforms to display a warning message daily and every hour after 3 hours of use. The message will say the Surgeon General has warned that while social media may have benefits for some young users, social media is associated with significant mental health harms and has not been proven safe for young users. I'm Brian Shook.
Not everyone is on board with Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson's recent actions when it comes to ICE coming to the city.
The mayor signed an executive order on Saturday emphasizing that the Chicago Police Department will not assist federal government-led activities. Alderman Ray Lopez doesn't buy into Mayor Johnson's stance.
We already work with the federal government on multiple levels when it comes to law enforcement. Now all of a sudden we're picking a fight because we don't want them on the ground here with us to address these issues.
The mayor says the government could send federal agents or even National Guard troops as early as Friday.
Perry Williams with that report. I'm Anthony Lucero, and this is USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com. Helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
Just like that, we close out the weekend. The unofficial farewell to summer weekend in the books. Trust you had a good Labor Day weekend there. Little extra time for some rest and relaxation. But back to reality. We cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. That means it's, no, not a Monday. It's a Tuesday. But we are in the month of September officially, as we're working our way into day number 2, September 2nd of 2025. No complaints as far as the weather over the weekend here in Southwest Ohio. Just a downright pleasant, beautiful weekend. Not necessarily good swimming weather. And yes, the pool is closed for the winter. Covers on. That's it. Yeah, for those who were hoping, are we going to have another war? Is it going to get warm enough here to maybe do a little more swimming? Yeah, get ready for another shot of very, very cool air. For the fall weather lovers, get ready. A major outbreak of cold air is going to begin unfolding this week. Again, bringing temperatures more typical to mid to late October across much of the central and eastern USA. At least 3/4 of the population east of the Rockies will actually experience the chill at some point this week. The main areas likely to avoid it would include much of Florida, portions of the immediate Atlantic coast, and then central and southern Texas. But even the cool-hardy residents of the Midwest and Northeast who resisted some of the earlier cool waves may now be reaching for the long sleeves and a jacket this week. Even in the South, some may welcome the cooler air. Others may notice the chill, especially during the nighttime hours. Going to see a big dip in the jet stream pushing southward toward the Great Lakes. Daytime highs are going to be running 10, 20 degrees below average. In the cloudy, rainy locations, temperatures may be as much as 30 below historical average. Now, if this occurred midwinter, this would be a kind of a system that would produce widespread single-digit to sub-zero temperatures and bands of heavy lake-effect snow. However, with the warmer land and warmer lake waters and still some stronger late summer sun, temperatures will remain much higher. On the chilliest nights, highs in the northern tier of the Midwest, higher elevations in the Appalachians may hold in the 40s. Yes, that is highs, not lows. Further south and east, highs ranging from the 50s and 60s across the Central Plains and Ohio Valley, 70s to maybe lower 80s from the Southern Plains to the Central Gulf Coast, accompanied by some of the lowest humidity levels since last fall or winter. Overnight lows in parts of the Midwest and the interior Northeast going to fall into the 40s, even the 30s. Now, from the Southern Plains to the interior Southeast, some overnight lows are going to dip into the 50s and even some 40s. Along the Atlantic coast, the arrival of cooler, less humid air may be delayed until late in the week. A storm tracking from southwest to northeast might precede that with some drenching rain or some shower activity. Instead of producing snow flurries and squalls, this pattern will bring clouds and chilly showers. Could be mixed with some small pellets of soft hail, or grapple as they call it. The warm Great Lakes waters combined with the incoming cold may create, again, favorable conditions for water spouts. Breezes or cloud cover will likely prevent any widespread frost or freeze during the overnight hours. There could be some exceptions possible where the sky's clear and the winds calm for several hours, especially from the plains to the Midwest and parts of the interior Northeast. By next weekend, the jet stream begins to lift northward again. While an area of high pressure may expand over the eastern U.S., if that occurs, many of the same areas experiencing the chill could actually shift back to midsummer-like pattern with higher humidity, highs in the 80s, maybe close to 90 for a few days. A little tease, fall is around the corner. But it is officially September, as we mentioned, the start of meteorological fall. With that comes the most active month of the Atlantic hurricane season. The Atlantic Basin may get off to a slow start this month, but activity is expected to ramp up as the season approaches the climatological peak. Tropical development is already increasing in the eastern Pacific, where impacts to land are likely, they tell us. But as the peak of hurricane season nears, the hurricane experts at AccuWeather remain vigilant, monitoring the Atlantic Basin, continuing to forecast a medium risk for tropical development off the west coast of Africa during the middle to latter portions of this week. The most likely days of strengthening would be Thursday through Saturday of this week. Now, there's a lot of dry air in the region. Any tropical development and strengthening would be gradual. It is possible anything that forms could ramp up to a hurricane by the end of next weekend. Next name for a tropical system on the Atlantic list would be Gabrielle. Tropical development elsewhere in the Atlantic likely to remain minimal. A strong area of high pressure and the persistent dry, dusty air in the middle of the ocean there. Well, while there may be a relative lull in tropical activity during the first few days here in September, conditions will become a lot more conducive for development later this week into next week. As a result, they anticipate an uptick in activity in less than a week, which is right on time for the peak of the Atlantic season. September 10 is technically the peak of the season there. But welcome, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. A clear night outside the secret bunker. Hanging in there at 62 degrees at this hour. Looks like the moon's right about a half moon, if I'm seeing correctly. Philly Dan is on board. It's that time again. Hope everybody had a great holiday weekend. We had some beautiful weather here all weekend long. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Hello, Pappy. It's the midnight hour and the greatest day of the week. Theoretically, that is. But somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust is indeed the Hot Shot Secret Bunker. The FR3 antenna is up, the Stiction Eliminator power mic on. 844-844-3388, the digits to hit to have your thoughts thrown out to the universe. Don't be a scarecrow, hit those digits. 63, Harrison, Ohio, with clear skies tonight. Last several days, just a few clicks away from the secret bunker, have been absolutely gorgeous. It is September. Let's get it on. Are you with me? All right. James, hello. Good morning from Woodstock, Georgia. 66 degrees. It is beginning to feel more like fall here at night. Guess it's time for you to cover the pool for the season over the past weekend. Yep, you got... Actually, I put the cover on it this past day. Labor Day itself. Cover it up. We're done. Hello, Jerry. Good morning, everyone. All is well again because the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive is on the air. Thanks to Hot Shot Secret for supporting the show and all the listeners out there in Radio Land. Sent you some things on your Facebook page there. Everybody tell them you love them every chance you get. Tomorrow is not promised to anyone. Tank in the house. Morning, Steve. The overnight crew back in the saddle after an extra long weekend. Well, let's get this short week started and over with. Have some unfinished work at the farm. We're 78 degrees here on the outskirts of Memphis. Headed on down to the south side. Get us a set. We'll roll out west once again. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day. Yeah, Jerry said TCU 48, North Carolina 14. Good golly, not a good start for Bill Belichick. We are 70 degrees here in central Alabama. Love the show. Well, yes, speaking of college football, what a screwy weekend that was, right? As far as the analyst versus the prognosticator of prognosticators. Boy, oh boy, things, we kind of tumbled the apple cart, didn't we? We'll break that down for you here as we roll into a new week. Jeffrey, hello from Southern Florida. Morning, Steve, the overnight family. Hope you enjoyed that extra off day. There's Norman checking in from north central Kansas. Back to work we go. The Big Tipper loaded. Headed for Wichita. 63 degrees. Maybe some rain in the mix today. Everybody have a good morning. And there's Jason headed north to Nebraska with some twine and hay wrap, passing through Concordia, Kansas at this hour, 64 degrees, cloudy skies with dry roads. Be safe out there to the listening family. And there's Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion, bull hauler, 64 degrees, Brighton, Colorado tonight. Checking on from a seat deep in the hot tub overlooking the Rocky Mountains. Yeah, we just finished some fat tender steaks, garlic potatoes, and a couple of Sam Adams. Have a rather large screen we're able to see to play the Steve Sommers overnight drive. Think about this, Steve, watching the overnight drive from the comfy hot tub while I'm full of Wagyu beef. Can life get any better? Just rub it in. Just rub it in. All right. Let's see. I bet I can not rodeo. Being a world champion bull hauler, though, has its perks for sure. All right, we'll leave Wednesday for a high-speed trip to the land of enchantment and the WRCA Ranch Rodeo. Since we're in my birth state, we give a special centennial shout-out to Brent from Denver, Colorado. All right. There you go, Brent. Shout out. And there's Crazy Ray, West Michigan. Check it in for the best 5 hours on the radio. Hope you enjoyed your Labor Day weekend. Welcome aboard.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
What day is it anyway? I don't know. It feels like the greatest day of the week.
I know it feels like the greatest day of the week, but we know it ain't because that was the day we had off.
That's correct.
And I guess the only thing we can say is welcome to September.
Ready or not, here it is. Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Just like that.
Here it is.
Back in the saddle.
Yeah. And then all the Monday starters, they're not here tonight. They've got the night off. So it might be slim pickings on intelligent callers.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Uh-oh. We better come up with something.
Yeah.
So, it's a good weekend for some football. That's about all I did. That and watch some racing, of course. FSU and LSU got the job done, but Texas fell short for me. I thought they were going to do better, but I've never seen. Have you watched that Manning? Have you watched him at all?
Not really. Can't say that I have, no.
I don't see what everybody sees in him. I just don't see it. But he reminds me of that greatest thing that Tampa Bay ended up with a few years ago that was supposed to be the greatest thing since sliced bread, that Jameis Winston. What a loser he was.
Mm-hmm.
But that's who he reminds me of. And my Wolverines won, but it wasn't. I thought it was going to be a bigger blowout when I heard they were playing New Mexico. It's like, who's New Mexico? Well, they were saying on the broadcast that New Mexico has 72 or 73 new players.
Wow.
So, it's like the whole team was just put together. But it was a respectable game. They did a respectable job, I thought. I thought the Wolverines were going to be a bigger blowout, which has me worried for this upcoming week against Oklahoma, because they played a good game. That quarterback did a good job. He never ran, so I don't know what's going to happen there. He came from the high school that my wife went to, so she's all excited about that. Has been ever since she heard that.
So what happened?
So yeah,
What happened with the Roll Tide? Roll Tide.
That was a good game, and I'm glad that FSU beat them like that. It just, I don't know. They're always overranked. Clemson too. It seems like they're always like the polls' pet teams,
Mm-hmm.
But FSU looked good. They were favored, from what I heard. They were favored to win going into the game anyway. Which, I don't know if you saw it or not. Did you see the guy that flipped off the camera that they showed?
I did not. No.
Yeah, he flipped off the camera. That show through the crowd, and he flipped off the camera, and they had to pan off of it. But yeah, he's all over the internet. Bless his heart. It's kind of funny, really. But Ohio had a good game. They played really well, as much as I hate to say.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, I can't like them. I'm not allowed to like them,
Right. Yep.
That way I can't bicker back and forth with Buckeye Boy.
Then, of course,
if I liked them.
Brain Dead's Tennessee got the job done over Syracuse.
Yep, they did. There were some good football games. That's about all I did. We had a bunch of rain Sunday, so watched all of the racing pretty much. Watched football Saturday. Drove the wife crazy. She don't like all that racing and all that football all weekend long. But she'll get over it, I guess. I hope.
Right.
But anyway, I don't have a whole lot. I just wanted to get in there about my Wolverines. I don't know. It's not looking. I wasn't that impressed with them for playing New Mexico, unless they were that good of a team, and the Wolverines weren't what they should have been. But I don't know. We'll see what happens with Big Ed. Oklahoma's his team, I think. Is that his favorite team?
Yeah, he's a big,
Pretty much.
he's a boomer sooner, absolutely.
Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. But yeah, I'm kind of worried about this weekend. But we'll see what happens. I guess that's about all I got. Semper Fi shout out to Knucklebuster, and thank you for taking my call.
All right, and thanks for kicking off the unofficial, well, not so greatest day of the week, but hey, some of you in the northern tier of the country could see the Aurora Borealis tonight, the Northern Lights. Best opportunities, they tell us, in weeks, but had a solar eruption over the weekend that blasted charged particles, which are on a collision course with us. Of course, that's the Northern Lights. According to this, from AccuWeather, people as far south as maybe northern Pennsylvania, northern Indiana, maybe even parts of Iowa and Oregon could see the red or green glow of the aurora tonight, Monday night into Tuesday morning. So, yeah, with the clear skies, maybe take a gander out there. Get behind the wheel of a new truck with TEL's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Learn more by visiting tel360.com today.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump has taken to social media to announce he's going to award the Presidential Medal of Freedom, which is the nation's highest civilian honor, to Rudy Giuliani.
The news comes 2 days after New York City's former mayor and Trump lawyer was seriously injured in a New Hampshire car crash after his rental car was rear-ended. The 81-year-old Giuliani suffered fractured vertebra and injuries to his left arm and leg. Trump called his longtime ally the greatest mayor in the history of New York City and an equally great American patriot. Giuliani was disbarred for trying to overturn the 2020 election. He was released from the hospital Monday afternoon and is planning to recover in New Hampshire. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gasoline is $3.19 today. Mono County, California is up to $5.84, while Simpson County, Mississippi is down to $2.49. From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical, we've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. I took the opportunity to pull up space weather during the break there. According to spaceweather.com, indeed, they call it the planetary K index. The KP index, right now, it is considered a storm. So, yeah, indeed, maybe some northern lights in the northernmost tier of the U.S. tonight. Of course, the further up into Canada you get, the better opportunity. Yeah, meanwhile, in the world of college football, right on the heels of upsetting Alabama over the weekend, Florida State's freshman linebacker Ethan Pritchard shot Sunday night, and they tell us in critical but stable condition at a Tallahassee area hospital. According to the school this past day, the Gadsden County Sheriff's Office said the shooting happened in Havana, Florida, about 16 miles from Tallahassee near the Georgia state line. Pritchard was in a vehicle outside an apartment building when shots were fired. Now, they say an investigation is ongoing, no other details. Florida coach addressing the situation in his weekly news conference. He said, "It's obviously an extremely tragic event for the young man. I'm grateful for the medical support he's able to receive. Our team, coaches, family are all here to support him. We're praying for all parts of him and the journey that's ahead." Florida State issued a statement saying that he had been visiting family, apparently, when the shooting occurred. The Pritchard family says they're thankful for the support of so many people, as well as the care from the first responders, the medical professionals, asking for their privacy at this time. So updates as they become available. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Well, gooder morning there, Dirty Harry.
Good morning, sir. It's always nice to have a living legend call your show. Listen, how you doing?
I'm doing well. I enjoyed the extra night off. Of course, I did screw up my sleep schedule. Been sleeping nights, so I'm kind of dragging into a Tuesday.
Nice. Yesterday was kind of a bitter end. A bittersweet end for the birthday season of Dirty Harry. As it always ends on Labor Day. But just remember, it'll restart again on Memorial Day. But first of all, I'd like to give a shout out to my buddy Bill Lobster.
Yeah.
For all the birthday wishes he gave me. Doc Holliday, I'm a little bit jealous of that boy. He got to do a little 5-state ride on the Harley Davidson I met some days. But I've been spending the weekend out cruising my Cuda. Man, it's nice driving that 70 Cuda around, I tell you. But anyways, we ended my birthday season with a little party with at the Key Bank Center in downtown Buffalo, New York.
Yeah.
With the Deftones playing for my birthday.
Okay. Now, birthday.
Yeah, it was a good
birthday.
time.
Your birthday is from Memorial Day to Labor Day?
Absolutely.
Oh.
Would you have it that way?
Okay. That's unique.
Hey, listen. For all them guys out there looking for the perfect woman, I got 5 steps you need to find to get the perfect woman.
Yeah.
Step number 1, make sure she can cook you a good dinner. Step number 2, make sure she can keep your crib nice and clean and tidy.
Yeah.
Step number 3, she's got to be able to cook you a fabulous dinner. Step number 4, when you go out, she's got to be fun to hang out with.
Yeah.
And step number 5, don't let any of the other 4 meet ever.
Okay. There you go. Oh, boy.
All right, Steve. Have a good night. I love you, man. Be good.
All right.
And everybody
have a great night out there. You Dirty Harry. Go figure. It's 844-844-3388. Trucking industry headlines. One industry trade group cautioning truckers about cybersecurity concerns when it comes to Chinese-made technology. In a recent white paper published by the National Motor Freight Traffic Association, they detailed what it says are real rising threats to cybersecurity stemming from the use of tech manufactured in China or made using Chinese components for truckers. That technology could be in the form of your electronic logging devices, dash cameras, GPS systems, or other connected devices. The focus of the white paper was on the Made in China 2025 plan, which aims at securing China's position as a global powerhouse in high-tech industries, focused on 10 strategic sectors for global leadership: transportation, aerospace, advanced materials, energy, and critical infrastructure. According to the cybersecurity principal engineer Ben Wilkins, there is a concerted effort in this particular plan to force other entities to be dependent on Chinese manufactured goods or have dominance in these fields. And this extends from manufactured goods all the way back into some of the supply chain and critical raw materials going into these goods. While keeping cost low may be appealing for carriers, Wilkins said those lower costs typically increase the likelihood of components being made in Chinese manufacturing facilities, which presents the potential for the technology to be remotely accessed by outside parties. This issue extends, he says, far beyond cost efficiency or competitive pricing. Hardware and devices manufactured by Chinese companies are increasingly connected, data generating, and embedded in everyday operations. These components, many of which are produced by firms with ties to the Chinese government or military, all presenting opportunities for espionage, supply chain disruption, and data exfiltration. As an example of the cybersecurity breach, the group points to a 2024 investigation by the House Committee on Homeland Security, which determined that covert communications hardware has been embedded in Chinese-made cranes used at our ports. The hardware allowed for covert communication and data exfiltration back to China. As for what that means for trucking, Wilkins said that asset tracking technology equipped with a Chinese-manufactured component could return sensitive data such as model transportation networks, the flow of goods, consumer demographics, and where different resources are located and being moved. That data could then potentially be used to disrupt the manufacturing of goods or manipulate traffic signals to interfere with the supply chain. He said we want to be very clear about some of these risks. We don't want to veer into fear-mongering, conspiracy-type territory, but it is important to see how all these systems are connected, he says. The cascading effect is important to understand. That's why it's so important to protect something like transportation anywhere we can. So what's that mean when it comes to safeguarding your equipment from potential cybersecurity threats? The group said carriers are going to want to inquire about both where the product was made and where it was assembled. While some products might be made in the USA, they could still have components manufactured in China. For the trucking industry, security cannot be separated from hardware, they say. Every connected device is a potential node in a global intelligence campaign. Resilience begins not at the firewall, but at the point of purchase. So I guess when it comes to your electronic devices, which all vehicles, including the big trucks, are being more and more equipped with modern technology, do your best, it sounds like, to avoid the China territory. Meanwhile, I believe John is on board. Is that correct? Morning, John.
Hey, good morning, Steve. How are you?
Well, back to the old grind. It's a Tuesday that kind of feels like a Monday. And I guess John just wanted to say hello because he decided to disappear. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tell now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
So they call it the College Football Power Index. ESPN's predictive FPI still has Texas as the strongest team in the country moving forward, despite that 14-7 loss on the road to Ohio State over the weekend. Georgia comes in at number 2, followed by Ohio State at number 3. The biggest movers were Ole Miss, moving up 6 spots to number 4. USC moving up 8 spots to number 6. And Alabama dropping 10 spots to number 13 after that crushing loss to Florida State. Now, what goes into the Power Index? Each team's FPI, they say, is composed of predicted offensive, defensive, and special teams component. These ratings represent the number of points each unit's expected to contribute to the team's net scoring margin on a neutral field against an average FBS opponent. In the preseason, these components are made up entirely of data from previous seasons, like returning starters, past performance, recruiting rankings, and coaching tenure. Yeah, that information allows FPI to make predictions and make determinations on the strength of a team's opponents, beginning in week 1, and then it declines in weight as the season progresses. They do say it's important to note that prior seasons' information never completely disappears, because it has been proved to help with prediction accuracy even at the end of a season. And I guess the bookies in Vegas similarly include priors when they're setting the lines, the wager lines. So yeah, big drop for Alabama there, down to number 13. That was probably the biggest upset of the weekend, right? Yeah, I know Big Ed and Grump both had picked Alabama to win that game over Florida State. They both drew a 0 on that one. All right, just as you said hello, John, you disappeared there. Welcome back.
Yes, I did. I'm sorry about that. Hey, Steve, thanks for having me, man.
What's going on? Did you enjoy your Labor Day weekend?
Yeah, for the most part, I worked a lot of it, but that's fine. It doesn't matter. But yeah, no, I had a question for you. So you were talking about how Labor Day weekend ruined your sleeping schedule.
Yeah.
I was just curious about what's your normal day-to-day like, because you're up all night from midnight to 5, so what's your day-to-day like?
Typically, when I close things out here at 5 o'clock Eastern time, I'll stay up. I normally lay down at about, say, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. On a typical night, I'll set the alarm for like 9:30 in the evening, so I sleep through the day. My evening starts, or my day starts at 9:30 p.m. That's my typical routine. But over the weekend, I stayed up there on, Thursday night into Friday. I worked Friday morning, but I stayed up late and actually slept through the night. Friday, Saturday, Sunday night, so got to get back on track. Yep.
Yeah. No, that's cool. So typically, like you're saying, 1 p.m. bedtime, and then wake up 9 p.m. and just go on it?
That's correct. Yep.
Yeah. Heck yeah. No, that's what I was curious about. But, yeah, man, cool. That's what I wanted to ask about, because everybody needs an advisor in their, weird hours you sleep days. So cool, man.
Yep.
You have a good one.
All right. Well, hey, thanks for joining us here this Tuesday that feels like a Monday. Have a great morning, and Pappy, he's one of those third shift worker guys that he doesn't matter if he's off work, on vacation, kind of like he is right now. He keeps his pattern the same. He goes to bed early in the morning. His typical day starts at like 4 in the afternoon. On those work nights, 4 p.m. to 4 a.m. All right, so what do we got here? About 8 before the hour, clear skies, 62 degrees outside the secret bunker, and clear lines at 844-844-3388. Well, hello to Kentucky Ken, who chimed in here a few minutes ago. Good morning, Steve, all the overnight drive listeners out there. God bless, and all you drivers, stay safe out there. Well, one would assume that determining the cause of truck crashes wouldn't be that difficult. In the age of the internet and fast-paced data transmission, it'd be easy to naively think, there's a database out there. But that would be wrong. At best, we have a handful of studies conducted by stakeholders that determined truckers are not at fault in 75 to 80% of crashes. Now, that stat is often misquoted, with people saying passenger vehicles cause the 75 to 80%. And I'm guilty of that myself. Truck crashes are not just caused by collisions with passenger vehicles. You have weather events, or acts of God, as they call it. Poorly designed infrastructure, animal strikes, things of that nature. You get the picture. So that complicates things from the drop. So then you have state, county, local law enforcement all handling crash investigations. Each department may have different protocols and forms of documenting crashes. Factor in the Internet of Things, and codes for each type of crash could vary from one jurisdiction to the next. And then let's add in the obvious hurdle for any data entry, the human factor. When humans are involved, mistakes will happen. People can be in a hurry, not pay attention. They may be new on the job. It could be as simple as hitting the wrong code on a drop-down menu. It's not the first time the FMCSA has done a crash study. Maybe one of the most hyped studies in the truck crash causation came out 19 years ago. That hype lasted until industry researchers and journalists read the large truck crash causation study. There was one big problem. The study did determine the causes of crashes. In fact, in the first pages of the study, the authors ponder the definition of cause. When it was all said and done, the study itself was conducted in a way that relies on a statistical definition of causation, which defines cause in terms of relative risk. The study, rather than reporting who was at fault and why, is actually a collision avoidance and crash prevention study focused on pre-collision events rather than the consequences. One example used in the study was a real head-scratcher, to say the least. A truck turns across the path of an oncoming car at an intersection. The critical event is the truck's turn across the path of the other vehicle. The truck had the turn arrow, observed the oncoming vehicle, and assumed the oncoming vehicle would stop, which proved to be incorrect. Right-of-way, which is captured separately, does not necessarily determine the critical event, because the collision may still be avoidable. The critical reason is false assumption of the other road user's actions. So yeah, you're scratching your... Say what? The car ran the red light, so it's the cause of the crash. Why is the trucker being hit with statistical labels of critical event and critical reason? Yeah, to say the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration took some serious lumps over that study is to put it mildly. Over the years it was released additional studies attempting to answer that age-old question, what causes truck crashes? But it hasn't quite hit the mark. We'll pick up there as we roll into hour number 2, a Monday. I'm sorry, it's a Tuesday, right? For 2 decades, Transport Enterprise Leasing has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. Learn more at tell360.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tell360.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
I think there's a lot of cities that are dealing with crime and violence right now, and so we haven't taken anything off the table.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem says all states and cities are under consideration for federal law enforcement. While appearing on CBS Face the Nation, Noem denied any political bias during deployment decisions.
Every single city is evaluated for what we need to do there to make it safer. So we've got operations that, again, I won't talk about details on, but we absolutely are not looking through the viewpoint at anything we're doing with a political lens.
Her comments come after a group of Democratic governors criticized the Trump administration's efforts to deploy National Guard troops in major cities, calling the efforts an alarming abuse of power. President Trump has threatened to expand National Guard deployments beyond Washington, D.C. into cities like New York, Chicago, and L.A. U.S. Attorney for D.C. Jeanine Pirro is defending the Trump administration's federal crackdown on crime in D.C.
Pirro touted the impact during an appearance on Fox News Sunday.
If President Trump didn't do this, Washington would continue to be one of the most violent cities in the world, and anyone who is against it is about politics and not about safety for our fellow citizens.
Her comments come as President Trump has considered possibly conducting a similar crime crackdown in other major cities like Chicago. More than 2,000 National Guard troops are currently currently in Washington, D.C. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
The House Oversight Committee has officially withdrawn its request for former special counsel Robert Mueller to testify before the council.
Chairman James Comer made the announcement Sunday, with the survivors also set for a news conference Wednesday on Capitol Hill with Representatives Thomas Massie and Ro Khanna. Comer also sent a letter on Sunday to Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent requesting relevant suspicious activity reports to help the committee's oversight of the federal government's enforcement of sex trafficking laws, especially those in connection with the investigation into Epstein and Maxwell. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Pope Leo is calling for an end to a pandemic of arms following the Minneapolis school shooting.
Pope Leo is offering prayers for the victims of the shooting that killed 2 children at a Catholic school in Minneapolis.
Prayers for the victims of the tragic shooting during a school mass in the American state of Minnesota. We include in our prayers the countless children killed and injured every day around the world.
Speaking at the Sunday Angelus, the Pope continued by urging the faithful to plead with God to stop the pandemic of arms which infects our world. I'm Lisa Carton.
With a pending threat of National Guard troops arriving in Chicago to address crime,
the Windy City's coming off an extremely violent holiday weekend. Police say at least 43 people were shot, 7 of them dead since Friday. The city experienced 2 mass shootings over the weekend. One incident involved 7 victims who were wounded on Chicago's South Side. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Immigration rights groups and supporters are demanding that an ICE facility in west suburban Broadview, that's in Illinois, be shut down.
Protesters say the location is holding detainees for extended periods of time in inhumane conditions.
People are going without beds, with cold food, with no showers for 3 days on average, and that's just completely unacceptable.
Demonstrators are urging the Cook County State's Attorney and the Illinois Attorney General to investigate the allegations.
Perry Williams with that report. I'm Anthony Lucero. This is USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Tel's independent owner-operator program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. Tel has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
rolling into a brand new day. No, not a Monday. Sure feels like one, though. Making our way into day number 2 here in the month of September. So what, fall officially arrives here in like 3 weeks? For those who have not yet had a taste of fall, we actually had a taste of fall last week. Some chilly nights. Yeah, many more will be getting a taste of fall in the week ahead. But welcome back, welcome aboard the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, closing out the Labor Day weekend. Now, the big event in this town, Cincinnati, Ohio, was the big fireworks show on the river Sunday night. The numbers estimated 500,000 people lining the banks of the Ohio River on both the Ohio and Kentucky side. One last blast. Summertime, kind of closing things down. It's always a big event. Yeah, decades. I think the first Riverfest was 1977, if memory serves. But so I did not go down to the river in this day and age. I'm kind of hesitant about being in those big crowds. You just never know. So I opted to get up early on a Monday and pull it up on the internet. On a scale of 1 to 10, I think I'm going to give that particular show, as far as the fireworks, I'm thinking a 9. Can't get a whole lot better. The soundtrack, that's always a big thing. The choreography with the music and the actual fireworks was pretty incredible, astounding there, but I don't know, just not it was all based on musicals, various musicals, soundtracks from Broadway musicals over the years. I wasn't a big fan of that kind of music, but the fireworks show itself looks like it was incredible. I don't know that I've ever seen a grand finale quite like that one. Every year people expect it to get better and better. I mean, how big can they get? But it was a good one. Meanwhile, that's farewell to summertime. Here we're now the day after Labor Day, a Tuesday coming our way. We kind of left off there talking about these crash studies over the years. We cited the numbers where 75% of truck-involved crashes, not the fault of the truck driver per se. We were sharing some of the faults involved in some of these previous studies. And apparently the FMCSA, they have proposed an upcoming study that is certainly set up to address some of the shortcomings that we saw from the biggest study back in 2006 and a handful of subsequent studies. In the Federal Register notice outlining some of the nuts and bolts of the upcoming study, there are some encouraging details. According to Landline, for starters, there will be a central collision system for the 4 types of truck crash data sought. One of those things the FMCSA will be collecting is a heavy-duty truck study initial incident form, one consistent form for all the data. Now that, they say, is a huge step in the right direction. They're also proposing to collect agency crash reports as well as detailed post-crash investigation and reconstruction data. These are all things that are going to help researchers to put together a clearer picture of what truckers face on the road out there day in and day out in terms of crash risk. Another big positive is the amount of industry input that the agency sought in developing this study, including information from the OIDA Foundation. This has not always been the case with the FMCSA as far as accepting outside help and input, but it's now more common and a very welcome change. And now at this point, it's understood the new study is not going to pivot back to statistical definitions of cause and all that jazz. We'll have to kind of wait and see what the researchers come up with. Yeah, that's actually one drawback, the wait. Nothing happens fast in government. We all know that. The 2-year study is set to kick off next year in 2026. So then we'll have to wait on the analysis and the final study. So here's to sending good vibes, they said, to the researchers that everything will go smoothly and we may finally get some answers sooner rather than later. We can only hope. Well, good morning, Horse Feathers.
Hey, morning, Your Honor. Or should we say, hey, Mike, what month is it? What month is it? My thing on the screen says August.
Oh, yeah?
How come the show is in August?
As far as the app goes, it's wrong every time, right? What was it saying?
Yeah,
August,
apparently.
August 11, I think it's showing.
Yeah, something like that. So, I don't know. It says it's like 100 degrees or something. I don't know. It's all kinds of craziness going on. But, hey, I can help them out. If they want to do that study in like 2 weeks instead of 2 years, I got the exact way they can do it.
Okay.
And they just need one person. They just need one person to actually come out and do the investigation of the study. Because all he's got to do is sit in my right side seat for 2 weeks and see what the hell I go through out here for 2 weeks, and he can pretty much sum up everything there is about it.
There you go.
Because I tell you what I see out here, even in the overnight that I do, because I do about 80% of my work in the overnight in the darkness, and then the 20% there in the daylight. For that amount of time out here, what I see in the overnight is probably more than enough to get them all the information they need, and I'll guarantee the extra 20% in the daylight will certainly fill it out. So, but that'll never happen. So just keep plugging away the way we have been.
Yes, sir.
But we'll see. Maybe it'll be a little better with a little more OIDA influence here. It sounds like they're listening a little more to that. So we'll see. Because a lot of times, the FMCSA there, they like having their listening things, but they don't always do a whole lot of hearing. They listen, but they don't hear nothing. So we'll see how it all works out. But anyways, so I was scrolling through Facebook, and I don't know. It seems somebody commented there seems to be a higher number of barn fires all of a sudden, and I don't know if it's the fact that there is or whether people are posting more. It just happens to be the algorithm that people are seeing more of, or if it's just the fact that more people put hay away this year that has too much moisture in it there, and when you put wet grass in a compacted space, it does not like it, and it tends to generate heat, and when it generates heat, it starts to spontaneously combust, and next thing you know, you got a big old barn fire going on, and so we got a lot of hay that's been put up here with the rain we had earlier, and then the dryness, and so we got a lot of hay that just got all shoved into barns here about a month ago. So it's about the right amount of time to start having that amount of problems. So I don't know if that's the issue or what's going on, but and it seems like there's a few more truck crashes going on that we're seeing on Facebook. So even a couple more U-turn deals there. People are still doing U-turns
that.
Even after that.
Yeah, unreal.
So, yep. So anyways, I don't know. I guess just be careful, watch what you're doing, and you were saying something about that truck turning there in the with the turning arrow, and then the car coming through straight. What are the autonomous vehicles going to do? Because the autonomous vehicle is going to get the signal from the light saying it has an arrow to turn. Is it going to recognize the oncoming car that's not stopping for the red light the other way?
Good question.
Yeah.
Will it assume that car's going to stop?
Of course it is, because it's a computer doing an algorithm, and the car has a red light coming from the other direction, so it's going to stop, and that's what his algorithm tells it. But I don't know. Maybe the AI computer there that knows how to write essays for the school students there can prepare the truck to know that the car might not stop. Maybe it'll give it another possibility. Maybe it'll tell it that it should stop no matter what when it sees the car, no matter what color its light is. And then that way the cars behind it will run into the truck because the computer thought that the car was going to turn, but then it didn't, so it slammed its brakes on and stopped that. I don't know. World's going crazy. Back to going crazy, Your Honor. But
so
craziness.
Did we get a chance to get some of the fire equipment out over the weekend? Did you have decent weather up there?
Yeah, we had all good weather. I had another project going on Sunday. We actually had a place we could have taken the truck to on Sunday, but I ended up taking the pickup with my trailer because I wasn't sure what I was going to get myself into, and I had to go too far in the same direction for both things, and so I decided the fire truck stay home, and because it's going to have 2 busy weeks coming up here. We're going to have it out for a lot of days in the next couple weeks. So I decided to let that set, and then I took the pickup and trailer out on Sunday. But we had a good breakfast with the car club on Sunday morning, and then went off on another. What do they call that in the blues? Oh, a mission from God, Your Honor. We had a secret mission. Yeah, so we found some parts for the fire truck we've been looking for that came across, and so we were able to go pick up them. But I didn't get quite as much as I hoped for, but we got all we can. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 state troopers behind a 4-wheeler on I-95 in Delaware, Your Honor. What do you think that means when there's 8 state trooper vehicles behind one 4-wheeler on the side of the road? I don't know. Brought out the reserves there for that one. But anyways, so looking on Facebook, I happened to catch this reply that was written. Do you know anything about replies that were written on Facebook over the weekend, Your Honor?
Depends on what it is.
It was very to the point, and I don't know if you want to discuss it or not. You had it written there, but anyways, yeah, I've been asked that question, and I've had to give that answer before, but yeah, it was kind of surprised me, but anyways, I saw it there.
I know what you're talking about. You know what? Yeah. And old Heatwave responded to that, and he thought he had upset me, and I said no. I said just not many people are going to see that because of where it's at, and I said maybe I shouldn't have said it, but I did. So.
Yeah, no, and I understand. And the thing is that like with Gary Burbank there, and the whole deal is that there's the radio personality and there's the off-air personality, and when some of these radio personalities come in, these people come in, they go to the closet and they take the radio personality out of the closet and they hang that on, get all dressed up in that and go and do the radio show. And at the end of the radio show, they go back to the closet and they hang the radio personality up and they walk out the door as the person they really are.
Yep.
And a lot of times the person they really are isn't who you see on the radio. So that's just a way that, and to tell you the truth, there's probably a lot of us that call into you that, our personal lives aren't anything at all like what a lot of people imagine them to be. I mean, we're not probably quite as much as the high-paid radio person. Are you radio personalities high-paid? Did I say that right? Yeah. Anyway, you know what I mean. But there's just the perception that you have. Is Gary Burbank said, the radio is theater of the mind.
Absolutely.
And your mind creates what you want it to, what it wants you to kind of think and what you think is the way things are. So, I don't know. Just leave it at that, I guess. But anyways, we had a good weekend. Did you get your new cover there for the cement pond?
Yes, indeed. I got the cover delivered, ordered Amazon like next day kind of thing. I think I got it on Sunday, and I was kind of surprised, but the pool place was actually open there Monday on Labor Day. But they said technically that's like Christmas to them. Everybody's closing their pools right now. And we said, we're always open on Memorial Day and Labor Day, he said. So I got the chemicals in there, and she's covered up.
All right. Well, wish you well for the winter, and hope it looks like that in the spring, right?
You can only hope.
Only hope and pray that it looks like that in the spring. Maybe Rambler can bless it or something for you. Can he bless it? Can he make that holy water for the winter?
Right.
I don't know. Just asking. But anyway, so other than that, no, not a lot new with us there. So all the kids back here, they all start going to school. If they haven't already, they all start going to school. I guess it's today. Today's Tuesday, right?
It is.
I guess they all start going back to school today. So just keep an eye out. You got them big yellow things there, and I hope everybody heard the other day my description of how the yellow things go up and down the highway, stopping at every driveway for 20 minutes, half an hour, something like that. I don't know how they must start at like 5 o'clock in the afternoon for the 8 a.m. pickup or something. I don't know, but we'll have to see. But anyways, Your Honor, I guess with that we'll kind of let you go. We're going to have an abbreviated night because later today the FMCSA does their nice nasty thing to me and requires me to go see if they can cause me to have a heart attack on a treadmill.
Got to do the treadmill. Oh boy.
Yeah, every 2 years they require me to get on a treadmill and see if I can be caused to have a heart attack, to not get my 1 year annual. I don't know. Is it annual when it's 1 year?
Yes.
But anyways, it's because you can't get it annually. You have to get it in less than annually, because if you wait until the day, then it's too late, and then it doesn't get in because of
already expired.
The doctor has to turn it into the government. The government has to get it to the state, and the state has to get it to the. I don't know. It's just why can't we just do it the way we were, Your Honor? Just have the doctor hand it to you, and you just take it down to motor vehicles and just have them put it in the system. I don't know. Seemed pretty simple. Maybe that's the problem. Government doesn't like simple. Got to be complicated. But so we got to do that later today. So, but then we got what? Not quite 2 weeks to the physical. So I figured in case something gets screwed up with trying to do the stress test, I already got it pushed back 2 hours there. The people that do it there called me up and said that they had something else they had to do that my scheduled time, so they already moved it 2 hours. So I figured I better give a little leeway between the stress test and the physical to make sure that everything's done before I have to do the other, and then we'll see where the physical goes in a couple weeks. I don't know. I didn't study for the stress test. Was I supposed to study for that? Just asking. All right, Your Honor, go do some due diligence. I can't do any more damage.
There you go. Thank you very much. As we get the new week underway, 25 past the hour. Let's see. I guess many of us kind of jumped to conclusions, assuming that the driver there in West Memphis, Arkansas, that was going the wrong way on the bridge about a week ago, I-55, remember that? Yeah, based on the name of the company, which was, Raj Transportation. Yeah, one of those Indian-owned firms. Yeah, we thought this was likely to be another scenario where this is a non-English proficient driver, going the wrong way. We stand corrected. Apparently, there was a family member of that man that drove his rig the wrong way on the bridge that spoke to an Arkansas media outlet last week. Christopher Plummer told NEA Report that he learned His uncle had been involved in that incident on the Memphis, Arkansas bridge, where he was stopped for driving the wrong way, which blocked traffic. He said, "My uncle is 75 years old, a Vietnam veteran, does not smoke, drink, does not do drugs, been driving over 20 years. He's not new." Speaking to reporters in hopes of quashing misinformation about the incident and his uncle. He said, "What we do know is that morning he had a headache. He had a bad headache. He took 3 aspirin, then he got on the road. The truck driver, a resident of Kentucky, has no memory of what happened on Tuesday when he was actually pulled from his truck. The family mentions several signs that could indicate a stroke. No medical confirmation at this point, but Plummer said this was not intentional. He's not a foreigner. This was nothing to do with the unfortunate situation we saw in Florida. The family is happy that no one was hurt and there was no accident ultimately. The interview ends showing his uncle being taken into custody. Plummer said he was not arrested. After the video stopped, police actually sought medical attention when they realized something was wrong. Now, the family asked not to be identified, but he was hospitalized in the ICU of a nearby hospital. Late last week, the family said he had been downgraded from the ICU and his speech was normal. Fortunately, he was not physically injured while being detained by police. Well, we don't have any issues with how law enforcement handled it, he said. As someone who volunteers with the police department, I didn't really see anything that I didn't think anyone should have done. So, state police, no further information, but very interesting. The rest of the story, some sort of a medical issue, possibly a stroke, they tell us. Operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. Tel gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump has taken to social media to announce he's going to award the Presidential Medal of Freedom, which is the nation's highest civilian honor, to Rudy Giuliani.
The news comes 2 days after New York City's former mayor and Trump lawyer was seriously injured in a New Hampshire car crash after his rental car was rear-ended. The 81-year-old Giuliani suffered fractured vertebra and injuries to his left arm and leg. Trump called his longtime ally the greatest mayor in the history of New York City and an equally great American patriot. Giuliani was disbarred for trying to overturn the 2020 election. He was released from the hospital Monday afternoon and is planning to recover in New Hampshire. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gasoline is $3.19 today. Mono County, California is up to $5.84, while Simpson County, Mississippi is down to $2.49. From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
At Tel, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability for over 20 years. We've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, on a Tuesday that definitely feels like a Monday. And I think Horse Feathers is right. A lot of folks, maybe truckers that normally would start on a Monday night, not going to start until Tuesday night because they're off Monday night into Tuesday morning for the long weekend. So it's clear lines at 844-844-3388. I thought we'd be hearing from Big Ed and the Grump to discuss their college football picks. And there were a lot of incorrect picks this weekend. It'll be interesting. I'm assuming they'll chime in here Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. They may be in that category off here tonight, matter of fact. But right along that line, all these so-called sports experts, a guy by the name of Paul Feinbaum, going in to the weekend of college football. He's one of the experts that said Texas is going to blow out Ohio State. Nope. A very tight game, 14-7 the final. He also said Arch Manning was the best player since Tim Tebow. Whoops. I said Alabama was a national title contender, and Their ranking in week 1 at number 8 was far too low. Whoops. Where are they going to drop in the rankings? I know they dropped, 10 positions in the strength, the F index as they call it. And there were just a lot of incorrect thoughts. And that's what week number 1 should make for a very exciting 2025 into 26 college football season, right? Meanwhile, some big changes taking place over that extended weekend. One that's really shaking things up when it comes to the global tariffs issued. The legal fight over President Trump's global tariffs really deepening after a federal appeals court ruled that the levies were issued illegally under an emergency law, which now is going to extend the chaos when it comes to global trade. Obviously, the markets were closed on Monday for the holiday. Be very, very interesting. So what's this going to mean when trading opens here on the second day of September? It was a 7-4 decision by a panel of judges that came down Friday night in Washington, being described as a major setback for the president, even as it gives both sides something to boast about. The majority upheld a May ruling by the Court of International Trade that the tariffs were illegal. But the judges left the levies intact while the case proceeds, as President Trump requested, and suggested that any injunction could potentially be narrowed to apply only to those who sued. It is not clear where this case goes from here. The Trump administration could quickly appeal the ruling to the Supreme Court, or it could allow the trade court to revisit the matter and potentially narrow the injunction against his tariffs. Our trading partners must be kind of dazed and confused right now, according to the senior vice president of the Asia Society Policy Institute and a veteran U.S. trade negotiator. Many of them entered into framework deals with us, and some are obviously still negotiating. Trillions of dollars of global trade embroiled in this case, which filed by Democrat-led states and a group of small businesses. A final ruling against Trump's tariffs would upend all these trade deals and force the government to contend with demands for hundreds of billions of dollars in potential refunds on levies that have already been paid. Now, Eleanor Ruffman, who owns a family-owned toy business, she said it is very gratifying. Learning Resources won a separate lawsuit over the tariffs issued under the International Economic Powers Act. It's great that the court agrees with us. The way these tariffs are implemented isn't legal, she says. Now, there is a trade lawyer at Drinkle, Biddle, and Reith pointing out in a note to clients that the ruling does not directly apply to tariffs on Brazil or India that were issued under the emergency law and may not address the separate removal of the what they call the de minimis exception for packages valued at under $800. Trump and South Korea's Lee have a deal after a White House meeting. Friday's ruling by the court held that Trump was wrong to issue tariffs under the IEEPA, a federal law that the panel concluded was never intended to be used this way. Indeed, the court noted the law does not mention tariffs or any of its synonyms. Once again, the court has ruled that the president cannot invent a fake economic emergency to justify billions of dollars in tariffs, says New York Attorney General none other than Letitia James. This all applied to the Liberation Day global tariffs that set the 10% baseline that have been in effect for months, that the administration says are meant to address the national emergency around U.S. trade deficits. It affects the extra levies on Mexico, China, and Canada that Trump said were justified by the ongoing fentanyl crisis, which he said was a national emergency as well under the IEEPA. The decision also covers Trump's so-called reciprocal tariffs that took effect on August 7 for dozens of nations that failed to reach trade deals by the August 1 deadline. Various carve-outs and extensions have been announced since then, leaving the final tariffs for some nations up in the air. Suspension of U.S. parcel shipments widened ahead of the end of tariff exemptions. Just hours before Friday's ruling dropped, cabinet officials told the appeal court that striking down the president's tariffs would seriously harm U.S. foreign policy, with Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent saying it would lead to dangerous diplomatic embarrassment and undermine trade deals. On Friday night after the court move, Trump posted on social media, if the tariffs went away, this would be a total disaster for the country. Cutler, who spent nearly 30 years as a diplomat and negotiator at the Office of Trade Representative, suggested that the administration's concerns about trade deals may now be a reality. She wrote in her post that India hit by a 50% tariff. They're probably rejoicing. China must be weighing their stance in trying to think about making any concessions in the ongoing talks. European Union efforts to secure domestic approval of their deal may now be called into question. While Japan and South Korea, who apparently had made oral deals with little in writing at this point, they may choose to slowly walk back the current efforts until there's some more clarity here, while still pressing for lower auto tariffs. What a shakeup we saw unfolding over the weekend there. All this, late on a Friday, going into a holiday weekend, no less. 844-844-3388. Rolling into a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. What day is it? Feels like a Monday. Hello to Philip checking in from Florida. I guess back off to work. He'll be heading in short order. Daniel, good morning from over by Carlton, Minnesota. 67 degrees at this hour. Hello, Buckeye Boy, checking in from Ackworth, Georgia. 66 degrees. How about them Buckeyes beating those Horns? We looked pretty good, but we've got some stuff to work on, both on offense and defense. But obviously a win is a win. COVID apparently running rampant here in Georgia. My sister, neighbor, and her husband down the street and I hope we don't get it. Closing the pool on the 18th here. We're going to head to the chiropractor today, as I've been having some lower back issues. Not that bad, but probably going to be off the road for a couple of weeks or so, since I'm most likely going to head out west for 3 weeks doing shows. Hey, the Reds played a good one yesterday. The Braves did not. Hope your weekend went well. Have a great night, everybody out there. Be careful. All right, thanks for the update there, Buckeye Boy. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call Tell today at 866-404-6289 or visit Tell360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
So no sooner does the courts deal a blow to the administration when it comes to the imposition of tariffs. I think it's something that should have happened a long time ago to bring back pharmaceutical manufacturing to this country. We learned very clearly in the height of the COVID epidemic our reliance on the likes of China and India, especially with things like antibiotics, where unless something has changed since then, we were at that point in time manufacturing no antibiotics here in the U.S. In an effort to bring back domestic production, the president is looking at pharmaceutical tariffs. Proposed placing import taxes on pharmaceuticals, a category that's largely been exempt from all the previous trade measures. For decades, most imported medicines have entered the country duty-free. Well, that's supposedly starting to change. U.S. and European leaders detailed a trade deal that includes a 15% tariff on some European goods brought into the U.S., including pharmaceuticals. Trump was actually threatening duties of 200% more on drugs made elsewhere. The term shock and awe is how one of the tax and consulting firms described Trump's plans for the drug makers. This is an industry that's going from zero tariffs to potentially 200%. Now, imposing pharmaceutical tariffs would risk the opposite of lowering drug prices. This would potentially hurt consumers most of all. They would feel the inflationary effect. Now, the threat comes as Trump also pressures the drug makers to lower prices here in the U.S. He recently sent letters to several telling them to develop a plan to start offering most favored nation pricing here in the U.S. But he said he delayed the tariffs for a year or maybe a year and a half to give the companies a chance to stockpile medicine and shift some of that manufacturing back to the U.S., something that some have actually begun to do. Lingrick Partners, an analyst, said that most drug makers have already increased drug product imports and may carry between 6 and 18 months of inventory here in the U.S. Now, more analysts suspect the president will settle for a tariff far lower than 200%, but he likes to throw these things out there. Yeah, they're also waiting to see whether any tariff policy includes an exception for certain products like low-margin generic drugs. Now, I said even a 25% levy would gradually raise drug prices by anywhere from 10 to 14% as stockpiles begin to dwindle. But in recent years, drug makers, many have moved their operations overseas, taking advantage, obviously, of the lower cost China, India, tax breaks in Ireland and Switzerland. As a result, our trade deficit in medicinal and pharmaceutical products is big, $150 billion last year. The COVID experience, countries were desperate to hang on to their own medicine and their own medical supplies. As I mentioned, kind of underscored the dangers that we face to rely on foreign countries in a crisis, especially when one of our key suppliers is a geopolitical rival with us, a.k.a. China. Earlier this year, the administration started investigating how imported drugs and pharmaceutical ingredients actually impacts national security. According to an analyst at the Brookings Institution, there is a role for tariffs in securing U.S. medical supplies. The Biden administration, she noted, successfully taxed foreign syringes when the cheap Chinese imports threatened to drive U.S. producers out of business. But Trump has big ideas. He wants to bring pharmaceutical factories back here. Noting that the U.S.-made drugs would not face the tariffs, obviously. Make them here, no tariffs. Many drug makers are indeed investing here in the U.S. The Swiss drug maker Roche said they're going to invest $50 billion in expanding their U.S. operations. Johnson & Johnson has announced $55 billion in the U.S. in the next 4 years. Their CEO recently said the company aims to supply drugs for the U.S. market entirely from sites located here. But building a pharmaceutical factory in the U.S. from scratch is very expensive, obviously, and it can take several years. Building in the U.S. would not necessarily protect a drug maker from Trump's tariffs, not if the tax is applied to imported ingredients used in the medication. Noting that the right-leaning American Action Forum notes that 97% of antibiotics, 92% of antivirals, 83% of most popular generic drugs contain at least one active ingredient that's manufactured elsewhere. The only way to truly protect yourself from the tariffs would be to build the supply chain from end to end here in the United States. Brand name drug companies have fat profit margins that provide flexibility to make investments and absorb cost as Trump's tariffs begin. According to the generic drug makers don't have that. So some may decide to leave the U.S. market rather than actually pay the tariffs. That could be disrupted. Generics account for 92% of U.S. retail and mail-order pharmaceutical prescriptions. All right, rolling into a Tuesday, closing out the Labor Day weekend. Looks like Philip is going to be checking in here right out of the top of the hour news break. I believe Vic is on board, talking a little bit about the crash study and maybe a little bit of football as well. Meanwhile, plenty of room for you this early Tuesday at 844-844-3388. Yeah, someone had shared over the weekend, and I mean, most all of us have to remember as youngsters, what was always part of Labor Day weekend. Well, that was, of course, turning on the television pretty much any time, day, or even all night long into the Labor Day weekend for the Jerry Lewis Labor Day Telethon. You could turn the tube on at 3 o'clock in the morning, and they'd be taking those pledges, taking those calls all around the country, raising, ultimately over the years, millions and millions of dollars to benefit the Muscular Dystrophy Association. I mean, my, how things changed over the years as it went from a 2-night period to 1 night. And ultimately, they cut it down to more like a 6-hour telethon, something like that. Very, very short. And I guess technically it's gone now, right? Kaput? All right, get behind the wheel of a new truck with TEL's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. You can learn more by visiting tel360.com. Drive new, drive smart.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call TEL now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
What they're doing is they're turning to politics and they're turning to anything anti-Trump, as opposed to saying we want to join the president in his effort to protect the American people.
U.S. Attorney for D.C. Jeanine Pirro is defending Trump administration's federal crackdown on crime in the nation's capital. She touted the impact during an appearance on Fox News Sunday.
If President Trump didn't do this, Washington would continue to be one of the most violent cities in the world. And anyone who is against it is about politics and not about safety for our fellow citizens.
Her comments come as President Trump has considered possibly conducting similar crime crackdowns in other major cities, such as Chicago. More than 2,000 National Guard troops are currently in Washington. President Trump is defending Chinese students in the U.S. as he faces backlash from supporters.
In an interview with the Daily Caller released Sunday, Trump said that China is giving the U.S. a lot of money right now, saying letting students attend universities in America is the right thing to do. He went on to add that he has a strong relationship with Chinese President Xi. Supporters of Trump have criticized the potential move, saying the shift in his strict visa policies undermines his America First agenda. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Mental health organizations across the country are raising concerns this month around suicide prevention.
An estimated 49,000 Americans die by suicide each year, with one death occurring every 11 minutes. Experts say that suicide rates have been steadily rising over the past 2 decades. According to the National Alliance on Mental Illness Organization, greater awareness of warning signs being changed this trajectory. If you or someone you know is struggling, help is available by calling or texting 988. I'm Katie Gray.
AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gasoline is $3.19 today. Mono County, California is up to $5.84, while Simpson County, Mississippi is down to $2.49. From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
A Florida State University linebacker has been hospitalized after getting shot Sunday night. At the beginning of his Monday news conference, Florida State University head football coach Mike Norvell said the team is keeping Pritchard in their thoughts and prayers.
Thoughts and prayer with Ethan Pritchard and his family. It's obviously an extremely tragic event.
Pritchard was shot and wounded while visiting family in Havana, which is north of Tallahassee. Pritchard is in critical but stable condition. Social media accounts in California may soon come with a warning label.
California's social media warning law aims to tackle social media addiction by requiring platforms to display a warning message daily and every hour after 3 hours of use. The message will say the Surgeon General has warned that while social media may have benefits for some young users, social media is associated with significant mental health harms and has not been proven safe for young users. I'm Brian Shook.
Not everyone is on board with Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson's recent actions when it comes to ICE coming to the city.
The mayor signed an executive order on Saturday emphasizing that the Chicago Police Department will not assist federal government-led activities. Alderman Ray Lopez doesn't buy into Mayor Johnson's stance.
We already work with the federal government on multiple levels when it comes to law enforcement. Now all of a sudden we're picking a fight because we don't want them on the ground here with us to address these issues.
The mayor says the government could send federal agents or even National Guard troops as early as Friday.
Perry Williams with that report. I'm Anthony Lucero, and this is USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com. Helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Real proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research found a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. That's proof.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So we get a new week officially underway as we cross over the midnight hour in the Mountain Time Zone. Welcome into a Tuesday. September is here. Forecasters tell us, get ready for a wild ride across the country this week with an extreme jet stream. Big-time dip through the heart of the country, which means we will experience extreme heat in the west and very early cold in the east. They're talking maybe 105 degrees all the way up in the Pacific Northwest. Meanwhile, 30s in the Great Lakes and upper Midwest. So a real taste of fall in the east. No dice for you, Florida, but the extreme jet will at least act as a tropical trouble blocker, kind of like a wall for maybe the next 10 days. And the temperatures are going to be running 35 degrees plus and minus normal. In other words, 35 degrees above average out west. 35 below normal in the east. Yes, and being described as a hurricane blocker. All right, promise we get to Philip as we get a new hour underway. Welcome back, a new week.
Back at it again, buddy. Missed you there last night, bud. Had to listen to some other podcasts that were pre-recorded, so that's okay. But I tell you what, we had a strange Labor Day with weather down here. We had a low over us. It's still, I don't know, I haven't looked at the map today, but we had this low that was spinning over us, had a big clear area in the middle, and just had rain wrapped around it, and it would go in and out, and you would get these little, like, squalls, so to speak. And we had that on and off all day yesterday and through the night a little bit. And it was a very strange day. How was yours, Steve?
We had beautiful weather all weekend long.
Nice. Awesome. Hey, you ever heard of a guy named Jimmy Johnson there, Steve, in NASCAR?
Of course I have. Yeah, seven-time champ, yes.
All right, well, I know you've heard of Kevin Harvick. If you've heard of Jimmy Johnson, you know who Kevin Harvick is.
Right.
Kevin Harvick just did an interview with Jimmy, and if anybody gets a chance to watch that interview, it's on Kevin's show. It's a very interesting interview. It kind of shows that Jimmy Johnson, these guys in NASCAR like Jeff Gordon, Jimmy Johnson, they make the big bucks for all those years. You know, you think, wow, they're set, they're made, whatever, they're this and that. But turns out to be he's a little bit more like us than you think. He made a comment about all through his life, from, starting out racing, everything, starting out he always had that fear in him that he wasn't going to have nothing. And that's what kept him going for all his career. And then he finally realized, why am I got this fear? I'm set financially and whatnot. I busted my tail on all this, but he kind of eased back on that deal and just living life as life comes along, and changed his, perception of what life is totally. Mm-hmm. And do you go through that, Steve? I mean, we all do, evidently. I mean, with our bill situation and with our, sometimes emotional situations and whatnot. And it was interesting hearing somebody of his stature say that. You know, not too many people talk about their, you know, how they deal with things. And it was kind of interesting to hear about it. He also talked about his relationship with Chad Canals. And everybody thought, well, they were buddies. You know, when you see them on TV, they would always be, you know, chummy, you know, because they're women or whatever. But in reality, they weren't always chummy. They sometimes was at each other's deal, you know. And it was an interesting interview. Not too many people see that side of pop or, you know, famous people.
Yeah.
And it was kind of cool to hear him talk about it, you know, and what, you know, some of the struggles he went through to get where he was at, you know, and just don't see that anymore. I also see that little story I told you guys about last week about this little shop in Kingsland, Georgia, helping a lady out with her car. It turned out to get her some money to help her family situation. It's turned into a pretty big deal. Have you seen that more about that, Steve?
I actually have not, no.
Yeah, there's a little auto shop. It's in Kingsland, Georgia. Name of it is Royalty Auto Service. A lady brought in her car. You know, she knew she didn't have the money to fix it, but she wanted to figure out what was wrong with it. They diagnosed some things, and it had a warranty on it. And what they had to fix, the warranty company wouldn't take care of. But when they got to talking to this lady, and she explained her situation, she said, I'm just here. I want to get it diagnosed. I don't want to, you know.
Mm-hmm.
They went ahead and put the parts in for her, got her car fixed. They also set up a GoFundMe for this lady, and they raised her over $150,000. Now, when I talked to you, it was at about $140,000. But now it had got over $150,000 for her. The car she got, essentially, she bought a car that was a lemon. Had a lot of problems, got motor problems. The warranty company, they sold her one of those warranties. You know how that is, Steve.
Right, yep.
We got to get that warranty in on you.
Yep.
Kind of, a warranty company, for lack of a better way of saying, they kind of jerked her around a little bit, jerked around the, you know, the guys to fix it. So now they're going to get her a car with that money. You know, they're going to get her a good quality. She doesn't want to get a new car. They're going to get her a quality used car.
Okay.
Help her out. They're going to analyze the car and everything for her. And then she's going to, you know, hopefully take the rest of the money and do what she needs to do to help her household. But it's an interesting story. You don't hear much about people helping people like that anymore, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what we all kind of do. Now, you were talking about this pharmaceutical stuff, Steve. When you were talking about it, the only thing that came to my mind was, remember back years ago when they said, oh, you got to buy your stuff from Canada because Canada's got the cheapest stuff. Remember that?
Absolutely.
That was a few years ago. You know, there's a lot of people out there, especially where I'm at right now in this state. There's tons of senior citizens who are living on their Social Security and on their pensions and whatnot. Some of them are set, some of them are not. And they're trying to get their pharmaceuticals down because they have to have this stuff to maintain their lifestyle. And it's hard. It's hard. I mean, there's a lot of people on Medicaid and different things going around. They only have limited funds, you know, and trying to keep that stuff down is ridiculous. Medical industry is just unbelievably expensive. I mean, whether you're buying pills that you have to have for your blood pressure or you're buying this or that or anything in dealing with, I think when they chop the name medical on it, it just goes through the roof. What do you think, Steve?
I shared last week, I don't know if you caught, my mom several weeks ago had come down with COVID, and she wanted the doctor gave her the prescription for Paxlovid, and she gets to the pharmacy. Now she's 76 years old, and she's on, I don't know, is it Medicare? Which one are you on for the older people, whatever? And she's got like the Part B, but they wanted $800 for that prescription. And it's like 5 days worth of pills, you know, 3 times a day, whatever, Paxlovid. $800. And she skipped it, obviously.
Well, I'll tell you what, when my dad was alive, the way they had his set up was half of the year for the Medicaid or Medicare, whatever you want to call it, paid half of the year, and my dad and my mother had to pay for the other half of the year.
Mm-hmm.
And let me tell you what, the folks were, when they had to get into that, because my dad's medication a month was about $800 a month.
Yep.
And my mom was like, man, I just don't know how we're going to keep this going. I mean, he had blood pressure issues he had to take care of. He had Crohn's disease. He was taking care of that. Just a bunch of stuff, that amount of money you have to pay that half of the year. My mother was just like pulling her teeth out all the time. Oh my God, we're going to be coming into that half of the year. She dreaded it every time, because at that time my mom was the only income in the house other than my dad's Social Security, and it was tight for him, and I see that through that all the time, and it's just like there's a ton of people that go through it down here. I mean, because we're a retire mecca down here. I mean, this is where everybody comes to retire, and it's just tons and tons of people, and it just amazes me that our medical system is set up this way. I mean, my mom went to chemo, Steve. One chemo treatment was $20,000.
Whoa.
For one chemo treatment. My mom went through like 6 months of that, and every time she went, it was $20,000. That's a lot, and it's just amazing. The medical fields are it's expensive. So that's all I got today, buddy. I won't let somebody else. I hear Vic coming in here, so we'll let him come in. Y'all have a good day. Thank you.
All righty. Good to hear from you. Thank you. Philip, off to work we go here on a Tuesday that feels like a Monday.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical, we've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Right way. Drive more, scale less.
All right, here's Al Gore, of course, warning us that there would be no more ice. Yet Arctic ice loss has slowed down, and the Antarctic recently saw huge gains. All right, failed presidential candidate Al Gore claimed in his 2007 Nobel Peace Prize acceptance speech that the previous year, as the northern hemisphere tilted away from the sun, scientists reported with unprecedented distress that the North Polar ice cap is falling off a cliff. One study at the time estimated it would be completely gone during summer in less than 22 years. 2 years later, the climate alarmists told the Copenhagen Climate Conference new research indicated there's a 75% chance that the entire North Polar cap during some of the summer months would be completely ice-free in the next 5 to 7 years. Of course, we know, as it turns out, Al Gore, whose fear-mongering reportedly nets him $200,000 per speaking engagement, was not only wrong about a 20-foot rise in the global sea level in the near future, polar bears drowning, the snows of Kilimanjaro, but also about the future of Arctic ice. A paper published last month in August in the American Geophysical Union's biweekly peer-reviewed scientific journal indicated that over the past 20 years, Arctic sea ice loss has actually slowed considerably, with no statistically significant decline in the sea ice area since 2005. This slowdown in the loss of Arctic ice was pronounced across all months of the year and could plausibly continue over the next decade. The researchers behind the paper from Columbia University and the University of Exeter indicated that even with relatively high global temperatures, climate modeling evidence suggests we should expect periods like this to occur somewhat frequently. Natural factors, variations in ocean currents have a tremendous impact in this arena, accelerating, slowing, or even reversing ice loss, and apparently served in recent decades to offset the impact of global temperatures. This natural corrective is all the more critical as humans reduce their emissions. Well, now that neutral variability has switched to largely canceling out any sea ice loss, while the authors take for granted that ice loss over the past 50 years has been driven in part by human-induced climate change. They acknowledge that there was actually significant Arctic sea ice expansion during at least one other period of increasing greenhouse emissions from the 1940s to the 1970s. An increase in individual or industrial aerosol emissions from North America and Europe reportedly helped cool the Arctic in the mid-20th century. The very phase-out of exhaust, particularly sulfur emissions from ships that some environmentalists advocated appears to have contributed to enhanced global and Arctic warming since 2020. It's kind of surprising when there's a current debate about whether global warming is accelerating. How are we talking about a slowdown or increase in the ice? Yeah, while willing to admit the alarmism of yesteryear was BS. But many, especially there in Europe, they're still keeping up with the alarmism, the pessimism, saying, well, this is just, it's a temporary pause. It's coming back. But I know that's one of Vic's pet peeves out there, this global alarmism. What's going on, Vic?
Well, I didn't really call it up talk about this, but I was doing some kind of catching up on things over the weekend. And I don't know if you've talked to your sponsor there or not, but are you aware that EPA is mandating significant change in oil formulations in 2027? And the automotive manufacturers, engine manufacturers, and primarily Shell Oil Company has been working on different types of oil because the one big additive that they put into it, that zinc phosphate thing, that's called ZDP, that's one of them that has to go. And then I don't know how much lithium they're still going to be putting in the oil, or molybdenum disulfide, because that disulfide means that's a sulfur compound. And I don't, like I say, I don't know how much you've talked to those people, but just what little bit I've read up on, it's like, 2027, that's 2 years away, and I'm trying to figure out exactly how they're going to make these engines run on less viscosity, because that's, I think that EPA also has some type of rules there with the engines. They're going to have lower viscosity oil. So there's quite a bit really going on in that, and it's pretty much driven by what you were talking about, all this global warming and man-made global warming and everything else. So that was really the thing that really irritated me, was that they're spending, I guess, billions of dollars because of, I'll just call it junk science, because they ignored an awful lot of research. Russia did their ice studies, and it just goes on and on and on. Mm-hmm. And there were some serious researchers out there, and they had a lot of good things, but everybody ignored them and went with Al Gore's deal about the polar bears. And
everybody, we're all going to be underwater, right? Hey, hold the thought there. We'll pause for a news break. But first, lease with Tel and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump has taken to social media to announce he's going to award the Presidential Medal of Freedom, which is the nation's highest civilian honor, to Rudy Giuliani.
The news comes 2 days after New York City's former mayor and Trump lawyer was seriously injured in a New Hampshire car crash after his rental car was rear-ended. The 81-year-old Giuliani suffered fractured vertebra and injuries to his left arm and leg. Trump called his longtime ally the greatest mayor in the history of New York City and an equally great American patriot. Giuliani was disbarred for trying to overturn the 2020 election. He was released from the hospital Monday afternoon and is planning to recover in New Hampshire. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gasoline is $3.19 today. Mono County, California is up to $5.84, while Simpson County, Mississippi is down to $2.49. From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in in with your need. That is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people love MediShare, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for MediShare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here at 844-844-3388. I'm thinking back. Memory serves. Last time we had Chris Gabrelchik on with us, the founder of Hot Shot Secret. He was talking about these new oil formulations that are coming down the pike. I know right now there's a ton of things the EPA is looking to overturn. Obviously, like everything else, it ends up in the courts. But one of them, I think we've maintained that the NOx, the nitrogen oxide reductions in particulate matter, those changes I think are going to stay in place. In other words, your DEF systems, those systems aren't going anyway. The what do they call them? The SCRs. I did a quick pull up here after Vic brought it up, and I remember him saying it was called the PC-12 formulations. Yeah, the new oils, as he said, would have lower limits on phosphorus and sulfated ash to improve the life and performance of the after-treatment systems, the DPFs, the SCRs. But the new standard would support lower viscosity grades. He made it sound like oil is going to be almost as thin as water. I said, well, how does it do its job? This is all about trying to improve fuel economy and greenhouse gas emissions. Oils will feature improved resistance to oxidation that helps extend the drain intervals, reducing your maintenance frequency, which will only like that. But the formulations will feature optimized additives for better wear control under higher loads and higher temperatures, extending engine life. And that's, of course, a category where the likes of Hot Shot Secret will be right in the mix of things. PC-12 designed to work with more complex and efficient engine hardware required by new emissions standards. See, like I said, I think the emission standards, a lot of that stuff, the auto industry had been applauding the fact that the EPA is looking to turn those things back. But let's see, the after-treatment system lifespan, the new oils, they say, must protect and help expand the life of after-treatment devices with a target of 800,000 miles compared to the current 435,000. The formulations aim to support hyper-efficient powertrains, improve fuel economy, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, meeting both regulatory and fleet owner goals. The new heavy-duty trucks subject to these new standards will indeed require PC-12 oils. Hey, let me get back. All right, interesting stuff, Vic, but I know that they're on top of that stuff right now, working on it. But I don't know. Is that do you know off the top of your head? Are these emission standards not the things that the EPA is kind of like talking about scrapping right now, trying to get rid of them?
Well, they're trying to make them more realistic. It's called in most things, it's called the point of diminishing returns. And a lot of this sounds good. I hope it doesn't turn into pie in the sky, because to save on oil change intervals and extend engine life and after treatment life and all that, that could wind up being a net savings. And so that's what the engine manufacturers and everybody else is working on. So, but my point was that 2027 is only 2 years away, and I'm not privy to all the different research that's going on and everything. So I don't know how far down the thing, how far they've developed that they have it. So, but like I said, it would wind up being a good thing, and maybe one of the net benefits of this whole so-called, we started out global cooling, then went to global warming, and then they just said climate change. And whenever you were mentioning about the ice there and all that, Al Gore made a big deal about the Arctic ice melting and the Aleuts, the native tribes up there, having to move their villages and everything else. Well, Steve, they had to move their villages for years, and they were kind of like a nomadic type of people. And then in 1964, they came out with food stamps, and the only way they could get food stamp was to have a permanent village. So then they started building permanent village. But as far as the water up there in the Arctic, or the ice melting and having water and making them have to move, that's been going on for centuries. It's just that due to government programs, they had to have permanent fixtures in order to get their food stamps which in a way was kind of a hurt because they had been self-sufficient for years, and hunting and fishing and everything else. So that's what I was mentioning about that. The Earth was warming there for a while, but the way that was presented by the climate change crowd, they just totally ignored the real science and the real history, and they kind of broke their own. And I remember, they said at one time, 87% of the scientists said that man-made global warming was a real thing. And then when people look farther into it, it's like, well, some of those temperature things that had been like in a kind of like a forested area or something of that nature, there had been development, and now they were in the middle of a city. Well, most likely the temperature reading did go up. So, I mean, it was just silly things like that went on back then. But it would be interesting to see if they can get these oils and engines put together to where it would actually benefit everybody, because these oil changes on these big trucks can get expensive in a hurry. So, but with that, I'll move on to. I had a question about football for those people out there that keep up with it, because I can't even make any sense of the rule changes and everything else anymore. So I caught the last half of that Ohio State-Texas game, and I thought they said that they had Southeast Conference officials officiating the game, which I didn't realize they did that anymore. I thought they just always had the official crew, and they played it at Ohio State. So I would have thought it would have been Big Ten officials, and I've seen a few things there to where I thought that Ohio State was actually guilty of pass interference under the old rules, because under the old rules, once that ball went in the air, you weren't allowed to mess with the receivers, and they were knocking them back and forth, and it's like, oh, well. But the big thing was, you was talking about Archie Manning. Texas, the Southeast Conference, they like to pass, and the Big Ten, they like to play a ground game. But the Southeast Conference, Texas apparently didn't bring any running plays at all to the game. But right at the very last plays that they made, but with Archie Manning there, I seen them let a guy go past, a receiver let an individual go past to try to sack Archie Manning, and the receiver ran on down on the right side, and it looked like he was wide open, and somehow Archie Manning turns and throws it to a guy on the left, on his left side, that was fully defended. And I was just kind of curious, did I miss something on that, or did, on TV, it's not like watching training films, but I was just kind of curious because it looked to me like what they used to call a trap. The receiver deliberately let the defender get past him to get to Archie, and I figured that Archie would kind of step to the right and throw it to the guy. He looked like he would be empty out there in the flat. The last I seen of it, that receiver was wide open, and then he turns and throws it to the person on the left, and he had three defenders around him. So I was just kind of curious about that. I know you guys have guys that follow a lot closer than I ever do, and actually, since they brought betting into sports, I don't really pay much attention to any of it anymore, to be honest about it. But enough on that subject. But you were talking about those crash reports.
Yes.
With all the video cameras and everything else, I would think that they could do a pretty good study, not only on the crashes, but the near misses, because the near misses is what you have to really pay attention to if you when you're trying to prevent, more accidents or things of that nature. And I know, like here in Indiana, used to, if you're involved in an accident, the police would leave you with a report, and the police would fill out a report, and everyone involved in the accident would have to file a report, and you'd have to file that within so many days within the Bureau of Motor Vehicles. And now they went to a deal to where that if you have a crash, you have to pay money to get a crash report from some crash reporting service. I don't know if that's changed or not. But and then, of course, your insurance had to be notified with the crash report. So I don't know exactly how they're going to set up this study. But years ago, it used to be if a person was injured in a big truck accident or any vehicles had to be towed, that went down as a reportable crash. And I don't know, the others were just considered incidents or something of that nature. So I don't know if that's still going on. And the very last thing, the other thing I was looking at was this COVID-19 vaccine, because Trump's wanting to look at that harder. Well, it turns out that the fuss that they were having with the embryos was that they were taking T cells, which from embryos, and the T cells from the embryo, they're like universal things. They can reproduce anything in the body. And, a lot of those T cells are specific to the skin or the bone or anything of that nature. So it just, whenever I seen that, when it said that it was like a universal T cell, it just made me kind of curious. Well, exactly how did they develop that mRNA vaccine for COVID-19? Did they use one of those universal T cells that can, morph into anything? And it does have a possibility of morphing into a cancer cell. So I just found that a little bit interesting. And as for you talking about Trump and all this tariffs, that's where I was a little bit disappointed. I thought that Trump was going to go back and get into that whole thing with Fauci and EcoHealth and all that, and really get to the root of the problem with COVID-19. And so when he got off on this tariff tangent and didn't go through WTO, it kind of is like, I get the bit with the fentanyl, but the people are doing a good job there, Christy Nome, Tom Homan and all that. They shut the border down. And the other thing was, the more business we do with companies that make the fentanyl, that's just a higher chance of smuggling. So I can understand, like with China and other people, I can understand him, Trump, really cranking down on those people, but, picking a fight with some of our friends, that just kind of, I don't get where you're coming from there. So.
And you've been kind of saying that. You've been saying that from the very beginning. I know he's on more than one occasion. All right. Thank you very much, Vic. Good to hear from you. Thanks for chiming in. I think Philip wanted to follow up on the water thin oil formulation. Welcome back.
Yeah. I've been driving these Asian cars for years now, with the Honda and now with this Hyundai, but the Honda has 020 oil in it, Steve, which 020 oil, when I would change oil in that car, it comes out, it was like almost like 3-in-1 machine oil, the way it was really super, super thin, like water almost.
Yep.
And what a lot of people don't understand is, and Chris explained this many times on your show, and I've asked him questions on your show, is these engines have such tight tolerances now.
Yep.
Back in the day, the motors had a lot looser on the tolerances, and you had to have thicker oil to run them. So you look at a lot of the older cars, the tolerance wasn't as tight, so you got to run that thinner oil now. And that's the reason why when you get your vehicle, I don't care what you get nowadays, if it's a newer car or an older car, make sure you understand when you buy your oil what the manufacturer suggests for your oil, because that is what you need to put in there. And that will make your warranties last longer. Your warranties back you up on your warranties. It does a lot of crazy stuff. But the big thing I want to touch on with this oil deal is everything now is going to synthetic. And that is a product of everything getting away from oil. we always talked about the electric cars and what they did, but what they're doing in the background as well was they're wanting to get away from making everything synthetic. Like even the coolant in the cars now is synthetic, Steve. The coolant in this car I'm driving right now is synthetic. And they're getting away from, the EPA is trying to get away from all that stuff. You know, I mean, some instances you can't get away from it, some you can. But the point I'm trying to make is everybody always thought about these electric cars. You know, we're all going to go to an electric car. No, there is no way that we could possibly go to all electric cars. We're going to have to go eventually to electric cars, and we're going to have to get out of fossil fuels, and that's oil. So we're going to have to get into synthetic oils, synthetic fuels, synthetic coolants, synthetic transmission fluids. You know, transmission fluids, the same thing as hydraulic fluid. It's all going synthetic.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense, Steve? That's what's happening.
Yep,
and we're going to have to adhere to it. That's what's eventually going to happen. They're trying to get oil out of stuff, and it's hard to do it, you know. And it's kind of like the thing with plastic. We're hearing all this stuff, plastic. Now the big kick is that plastic's bad for you. It's got all this stuff in it. Well, it takes that stuff to make plastic, and plastic is a lot cheaper. And that's the word that needs to be put out too, Steve, is cheaper. Think about it. Why are people buying Hyundais? They're buying Hyundais because they're cheap, okay? That's the reason why a lot of people are buying them out here. Case in simple, what I got right now, I want to keep my costs down, but I need a vehicle. And that's what's happening. The same way with semis. You haven't got too many choices in a semi right now for motors. Cummins is dominating the market. And they're probably going to be going to the zero oil before it's over with, too, because they've tightened the tolerances up on those X15 motors over the years. So just food for thought. Thought I'd throw that in there. Y'all have a good one. Thanks for taking me back.
All right, thank you so much there, and we'll be back right after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code overnight100. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weights? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
A brand new day comes our way, brand new week, brand new month. Wow, second day of September. Farewell to summertime. Now let me get started with Pappy here. We got Eagle coming up, the anonymous hippopotamus. What's going on, Pappy? Enjoying a few days off, I presume.
I guess you could say that, Steve. It's hell getting old, man. I think I told you I was building a shed, right?
Yeah, right, yep.
So I cleaned that dang garage out. Well, that lumber pack came today, and Pappy's whooped, man. Oh, muscles just ain't what they used to be. But I still got it, Steve. I got some walls up, and all by myself, I may add, with no help. I think that's what's probably really kicking my butt, man. So I'm hoping, I think it was supposed to rain Wednesday, but I think they kicked it back to Thursday now, so I'm hoping by Thursday this thing will be done. So, yeah, man, a little sore. I'm sure I'll feel it tomorrow. Anywho, hey, did you get my email, man, on gold and silver? Gold hit 3,500, and silver hit $41 an ounce. Just 6 months ago, it was like $28 an ounce. So it's on its way up. I forget how much silver I even got. I'm going to have to go in there and count it, Steve. I was buying 10-ounce bars, you know. I don't know. I have to figure out how much I got. I think I remember one guy was saying it's possible that gold could hit $60 an ounce. Silver, did I say gold? Silver. If it hits $60 an ounce, I don't know. I might cash it in at that point. I'll be doubling my money, more than doubling.
We're gonna see a run on the gold and silver stores. Everybody turning their stuff in like we did back. Had an event like that back in the 70s, I recall. Hey, hold the thought. Tell gets you into a factory warranty truck with the maintenance support you need to stay on the road and out of the shop. Visit Tell360.com.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call Tell today at 866-404-6289 or visit Tell360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
You USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
I think there's a lot of cities that are dealing with crime and violence right now, and so we haven't taken anything off the table.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem says all states and cities are under consideration for federal law enforcement. While appearing on CBS Face the Nation, Noem denied any political bias during deployment decisions.
Every single city is evaluated for what we need to do there to make it safer. So we've got operations that, again, I won't talk about details on, but we absolutely are not looking through the viewpoint at anything we're doing with a political lens.
Her comments come after a group of Democratic governors criticized the Trump administration's efforts to deploy National Guard troops in major cities, calling the efforts an alarming abuse of power. President Trump has threatened to expand National Guard deployments beyond Washington, D.C. into cities like New York, Chicago, and L.A. U.S. Attorney for D.C. Jeanine Pirro is defending the Trump administration's federal crackdown on crime in D.C.
Pirro touted the impact during an appearance on Fox News Sunday.
If President Trump didn't do this, Washington would continue to be one of the most violent cities in the world, and anyone who is against it is about politics and not about safety for our fellow citizens.
Her comments come as President Trump has considered possibly conducting a similar crime crackdown in other major cities like Chicago. More than 2,000 National Guard troops are currently in Washington, D.C. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
The House Oversight Committee has officially withdrawn its request for former special counsel Robert Mueller to testify before the council.
Chairman James Comer made the announcement Sunday, with the survivors also set for a news conference Wednesday on Capitol Hill with Representatives Thomas Massie and Ro Khanna. Comer also sent a letter on Sunday to Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent requesting relevant suspicious activity reports to help the committee's oversight of the federal government's enforcement of sex trafficking laws, especially those in connection with the investigation into Epstein and Maxwell. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Pope Leo is calling for an end to a pandemic of arms following the Minneapolis school shooting.
Pope Leo is offering prayers for the victims of the shooting that killed 2 children at a Catholic school in Minneapolis.
Prayers for the victims of the tragic shooting during a school mass in the American state of Minnesota. We include in our prayers the countless children killed and injured every day around the world.
Speaking at the Sunday Angelus, the Pope continued by urging the faithful to plead with God to stop the pandemic of arms which infects our world. I'm Lisa Carton.
With a pending threat of National Guard troops arriving in Chicago to address crime,
the Windy City's coming off an extremely violent holiday weekend. Police say at least 43 people were shot, 7 of them dead since Friday. The city experienced 2 mass shootings over the weekend. One incident involved 7 victims who were wounded on Chicago's South Side. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Immigration rights groups and supporters are demanding that an ICE facility in West Suburban Broadview, that's in Illinois, be shut down.
Protesters say the location is holding detainees for extended periods of time in inhumane conditions.
People are going without beds, with cold food, with no showers for 3 days on average, and that's just completely unacceptable.
Demonstrators are urging the Cook County State's Attorney and the Illinois Attorney General to investigate the allegations.
Perry Williams with that report. I'm Anthony Lucero. This is USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Real proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research found a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. That's proof.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
What do you say? So we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Tuesday. Got to think twice about that because it feels like a Monday. And welcome back, Pappy. Thanks for hanging in there.
Ain't technology great, Steve? You can talk on the phone and text people while you're talking on the phone. It's just amazing, man. Man, I don't know if you talked about this or not. Like I said, the last couple nights at work was a little busy. However, JFK Jr. got it done where there is no more mandates for the vaccine.
How about that?
That's not happening. Taking steps in the right direction. Did you hear Holman? Remember, Steve, we were talking about all these lost children that came across the border being sent into slavery, let's just say. What the hell was the numbers I told you that under the Biden administration? I think it was 7,000. There was 300,000 missing children. The Biden administration, the DOJ, got 7,000 leads on children that were supposedly put into sex trafficking. Remember that? And they didn't investigate one.
Right.
Not one. Well, Tom Holman came out and said they located 23,000 of these missing children. So Trump is definitely trying to do some good things here. Steve, remember the first night I called when we had that shooting at the church and school, and I said it was just flat out evil.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Did you see? And here's the thing: mainstream media can't hide this one. They did on the last one, where the trans went in and at that school and shot them kids. I can't remember what city it happened in. But they covered up the manifesto. Didn't let it out. Well, what's his name? Steven Crowder, I think, did some investigation and was able to get his hands on it. Well, this dude put it out all on YouTube the night before.
So there was no hiding it.
There's no hiding it. And Steve, I don't know if you've seen some of these.
Yes.
My God, this straight up demon, man. This, Steve, it's not a laughing matter. A couple things that stood out. There was a paper target that he had and if you didn't see this, I took a screenshot of it. I'll send it to you. But the face, the head, was of Jesus with the thorns around his head. Writing statements on all the magazines like there is no God.
Yep.
Just all kinds of evil, demonic stuff. And then, Steve, I don't know if you're hearing about it. Mainstream media is covering this up. What is going on over in the UK and Europe? These stabbings, these sex trafficking of children over there. I listened to it was over in the UK. They were talking in the parliament. I think there's been a lot of protests going on too. But this lady gave some pretty graphic detail of what they done to some of these young girls. My God, man, it's just, just boggles your mind. So yeah, that's what we're dealing with, Steve. These people just lose. I don't know if it's because of the medication we talked about, but they get to the point where they let him in, man. You know, they sell their soul to the devil. What else? Let me think here. What the hell else are we going to talk about? Oh, remember we talking about all these NGOs, all these non-government organizations, how they're ripping people off and stealing money. I don't know if you heard this. Steve, how many times have you went to McDonald's or wherever, whatever store, convenience store, whatnot? How would you like to round that up for the children?
Yes. And
how many times does that happen to
I
you?
typically do, yeah.
You typically do because it makes you feel good, right? Because you think you're, guess what, Steve? This is all a big scam, man. Come to find out that these are all these non-government organizations that are involved in all this. So I don't know if any of that money is going to the children or not. So I'd be skeptical on doing that anymore. Saw an interview with somebody and he was just laying it out, man, that these Steve, these CEOs of these big companies, you know, take what was the last big one? Dang on it. The food chain, dang on Cracker Barrel.
Yeah.
Right? It's these CEOs, man. They're all woke, right? George Soros funded woke. We need to stop this wokeness. I don't know exactly how to do it, but everything they touch turns to crap. Everything. And it's all done by design. Make no mistake about it. Steve, another thing I heard on this last shooter, one thing to think about is if you got parents that are woke, right, and they support all this boys can be girls, girls can be boys, and support medicating their children, support having their children's genitals cut off. What are these kids being raised like? I mean, seriously. And I remember about a year ago, you remember me talking about, maybe Brother Rambler, if he's got his ears on, can touch on this, but what do demons want? What does the devil want? He wants the innocent, the children, because they're innocent. They're not old enough. They haven't lived long enough to commit sin, so to speak. They're totally innocent. And that's what they want. And what's happening to these children, man, around the world. Some of this craziness we hear. You got woke parents raising these kids. I'm hearing, Steve, that there's a lot of demonic crap going on where they are literally sacrificing their children. Just like if you go back centuries where they would sacrifice their children to the sun god and throw them in the burning pit. Steve, that crap happened. And you start walking and going down that road. I don't know, brother. He can end on a sour note like that. September, Steve, what the hell, man? How fast is this year going by?
Right. Yep.
My goodness.
Pool's closed.
My goodness, man. Man. All right, brother. Like you said, man, I don't know if you heard, I actually got a notification on my cell phone that the Northern Lights, I guess we had a massive sun flare again, or a coronal mass ejection, that I guess the Northern Lights are supposed to be seen again from Northern America, up around Chicago, and maybe as far down as half of in Ohio. Have you heard that? Have you heard anything on that?
I did mention that in the first hour, spaceweather.com, and
Did you?
We had been at a storm level. It's settled down a little bit now. It's described as unsettled. So I don't know if the peak's already passed us by or not.
Right. Huh. I must have been dozing off. I was awake and listening. But Steve, I fell asleep, man. I had to take my boots off and lay down. I was a little puppy, and I dozed off and happened to wake up at like 20 to midnight. Just in time to turn it up and crank it up and listen to this. So I might have been dozing off a little bit. I don't know. But all right, my man. I'll let you go. That's all I got. I'll be back out there swinging the hammer tomorrow. So be safe, everybody. Thanks for taking the call.
Thanks for checking in. Yeah, spaceweather.com had an update here. Let's see, a geomagnetic storm watch as the Earth passes through the wake of a CME that struck yesterday. Minor storms are likely with a chance of escalating to Category 3, which would be strong. So high-latitude sky watchers should remain alert for auroras. But as predicted, the CME that struck the Earth's magnetic field late this past evening, the impact, it said, was abrupt and strong, bringing solar winds faster than 1.3 million miles an hour, and a G2 class geomagnetic storm. Dave Glazer photographed the resulting glow from, this is a photograph out of Minnesota, Gooseberry Falls, Minnesota. Okay, the same, mostly purple, they said, the color was seen in parts of upstate New York. The auroras were visible to the naked eye, but far better if you could take like a 3-second exposure with the camera. So there you go, 19 past the hour. We'll be back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code Overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Alrighty, 21 past the hour, and see if Eagle's hanging in there. Morning, Eagle. What's happening?
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I'm here. I'm glad, Pappy, I'm glad he went talk before I did, because I'm gonna probably say something about this school shooter. But before I get to that, I want to talk about Donald Trump. I know you're not gonna agree with what I gotta say, Steve, because I don't know what's going on, but something is not right. But I'm gonna explain the situation, and like I said, I'm pretty sure you're gonna say it's another conspiracy theory. But now with Donald Trump, okay, this guy has health problems. Okay, he hasn't been seen since last Tuesday. Hasn't been seen in public since the news conference he had, and that was strange. In the instance that he had four news conferences in one day. 4 news conferences in one day of last Tuesday. And then after that, hasn't been seen again. People are saying that these photos that they showed over the last couple of days were fake photos of him in 2019 and other years. Who knows if it's true or not? They claim he was at the golf course. Okay. He was at the golf course. Okay. They got pictures of Donald Trump, and like she's on his hands, which looks like he might have had an IVs in his veins. Yeah, have you seen these photographs, or you haven't seen those?
No, Eagle, those photos have been circulating for literally months. I mean, the bruising, the latest pictures don't look real good. I'll be honest about that. But yeah, hang on a second. I think we disconnect? I mean, supposedly there were photos. Again, like you said, photos. He was seen heading off to play golf yesterday. But there's been a lot of speculation. If you did a quick search, let's see. Yeah, Trump is not dead. Do the Google search. Forbes magazine said, "Is Trump dead? Rumors debunked as Trump seen leaving for golf." From Psychology Today, the anatomy of a viral rumor about President Trump. That was like 15 hours ago. The Daily Beast, Donald Trump heads off death rumors by finally appearing in public. Newsweek magazine, Donald Trump photographed on Labor Day amid baseless death rumors. So I don't know, Eagle. They're saying he appeared yesterday.
Yeah, I never said, you just read off that. I never said that he was dead. I said he had health problems. We'll find out tomorrow if he holds this press conference at 2:00 tomorrow afternoon. I promise you I'll have a front row seat. But I can clearly see, even last Tuesday, you can see that the man's skin is real pale. The guy has some kind of issues going on. Because why? Okay, even the appearances, Donald Trump would normally be raising hell, especially after that ruling that they came down with late on Friday night, where one of the judges had said something about his tariffs, that his tariffs were bogus.
Right.
Now, you know damn well Donald Trump would have been raising hell about a judge saying that, and he'd have nothing to say, because Donald Trump has always got something to say about what's going on. So we'll find out tomorrow what the issue is. And here's something that I heard another guy say, and you can take it for what it's worth before I move on to this school shooter. You can take it for what it's worth. They said in this letter that was written, they said the president will speak tomorrow at 2:00. They didn't say Donald Trump will speak tomorrow. So you take it. You might be in for a big surprise from what I'm just saying. What they're saying, J.D. Vance could be the man sitting at that table tomorrow afternoon. Now let me move on to another subject of the deal with the school shooter. Okay, like Pappy said. I heard an interview on Sunday afternoon when I was driving. I was listening to Fox Radio, and this guy that works, I listened to CNN radio as I was driving. I forgot there wasn't nothing else, so I just happened to tune into that station on satellite radio. And one of their hosts, the female, was interviewing a guy that works for Donald Trump. A guy with an accent. I don't know who the hell. I can't remember what Gorkin or whatever the hell his name is. He was talking to her about these school shootings and the trend that seems to be going on with the last 5 or 6 people having to be trans individuals. And this CNN reporter told him that he doesn't need to be concerned about the Trump administration doesn't need to be focusing on if somebody is a trans or not when they do these school shootings. And you should have heard the way that this woman was talking. She was telling him that, CNN is always going to have a point of view that the gun is the problem. That's their point of view, which is wrong. But she is telling him not that he's being discriminating against trans people because he's saying he's giving the idiot the truth, and she's saying that he's discriminating against these people because they can't figure out if they're a boy or a girl. But it's very obvious what's going on, and it needs to be addressed. Like this man said, but the left media, they don't want to do that. They want to keep it under wraps. And guess what, Steve? The more they keep it under wraps, in maybe a month or two, guess what? We'll be talking about the same scenario again. And then, like I told you last week, this scenario could have been real bad. If that boy would have got inside that church with them 3 weapons, we would be, instead of 20 or 30 people, this guy could have really did some serious, and I do mean serious damage in that church. So it's got to be addressed because these people need help, and they still haven't talked to this guy's mother, as far as I know.
No,
saying that she
they spoke to the mother. Hold the thought there, because I'm up against the news break. Trump did have something to say about the judge Friday night and the tariffs. He did speak about that. But first, get behind the wheel of a new truck with Tel's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit tel360.com today.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem says all states and cities are under consideration for federal law enforcement. While appearing on CBS Face the Nation, Noem denied any political bias during deployment decisions.
Every single city is evaluated for what we need to do there to make it safer. So we've got operations that, again, I won't talk about details on, but we absolutely are not looking through the viewpoint at anything we're doing with a political lens.
Her comments come after a group of Democratic governors criticized the Trump administration's efforts to deploy National Guard troops in major cities, calling the efforts an alarming abuse of power. President Trump has threatened to expand National Guard deployments beyond Washington, D.C. into cities like New York, Chicago, and L.A. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gasoline is $3.19 today. Mono County, California is up to $5.84, while Simpson County, Mississippi is down to $2.49. From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
If you want 5 free classic radio shows to add to your library or listen to them anytime you'd like, just go to 100radioshows.com. There's 5 shows waiting for you. Fibber, McGee and Molly, Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, and Richard Diamond, Private Detective. They're yours free. Just put your email in. We'll send you an email with 5 links. The links never expire. The shows sound amazing. They're yours as our gift. At that site, 100radioshows.com, there are hundreds and hundreds of additional classic radio shows for purchase. If you decide to buy any of those shows, use the promo code
radio.
That's right. Use the promo code.
Word is
radio. If you do that, you'll save 70% on your order. Now, that's done at checkout. Make sure you put the promo code in. Save 70%. Get some free classic radio shows at 100radioshows.com. At 100radioshows.com.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, let me first address what the president had to say about the radical left-leaning courts trying to terminate the tariffs, urging the obstructionist to stop the crusade against his agenda. Saying if the radical left court terminates the prosperity from tariffs, that we're going to become a third world nation. More than $15 trillion is going to be invested in the USA, a record. Yeah, this was Sunday night via the Truth Social. Much of this investment in the United States is due to tariffs. If a radical left court is allowed to terminate these tariffs, almost all of this investment and much more is going to be immediately canceled. In many ways, we would become a third world nation. Time is of the essence. Signed, President DJT. Trump's remarks as the court weighs the legal challenges to some of the key elements of his trade policy. Yeah, he framed the tariffs as this driver of record investment, and obviously it is. And he says if you take the tariffs away, that's going to be a threat to American prosperity. Yeah, prices are down. Now, I said, with the exception of ridiculous, corrupt, politician-approved windmills, which are killing every state and every country that uses them, energy prices are falling. Gas is at many years' lows. All this despite magnificent tariffs, which are bringing in trillions of dollars from countries that took advantage of us for decades. We're making America strong and respected again. Senator James Langford of Oklahoma said yesterday, or on Sunday that is, that all the legal wrangling is effectively a self-fulfilling prophecy for the anti-Trump obstructionist forces. The ultimate thing that I'm hearing, he says, more than anything else from all these companies that I've talked to, is they just want it to be set. They just want to know what the rules of the road are. Every time there's a court hearing, every time there's a new change, it's destabilizing for every one of these businesses. So let's get all these things resolved. Echoing Trump's sentiment, Langford also noted the obstructionists are wrong on tariffs causing inflation. What we're seeing right now is inflation is still stable at this point. We've not seen a rise in inflation during this time period, as the White House has said over and over. And they're watching that. Yeah, they're attentive to that, to be able to make sure we don't see that. They don't want us to see that. Meanwhile, the deranged Minneapolis gunman blamed his mother for his decision to kill so many people. She warned him that he would regret transitioning to a female. While in the text, the next line in his manifesto, he actually discouraged people from letting their kids change gender. Now, in a disturbing manifesto, he claimed to be anxious about a visit from his mother in an entry that was dated July 1, where he recalled her concerns about his transitioning, saying, quote, "Your words, Mother, made me stay in my discomfort, unable to ask for help to avoid admitting defeat. You were right, Mama, but the way you handled it led me to wanting to kill so many people." He claimed to be anxious about that visit, where he recalled her warnings about transitioning. In the rambling writings, he also appeared to blame transitioning and smoking marijuana for his violence, stating, "Gender and weed effed up my head. I wish I never tried experimenting with either. Don't let your kids smoke weed or change gender until they're like 17. A lot of this manifesto written in homespun code, like acrylic characters, English phonetic words that have now been translated. The July 1 entry included second thoughts he was having regarding his gender and worries about what would change during the meeting with his mother. When I first found out to my mother, or came out, I guess is what he meant. When I first out to my mother, she was very antagonistic. She made me hate myself and think I would never be good enough. I remember one day she said something like, in the future, you're going to look back and you're going to feel ridiculous about who you feel like you are inside. You will regret this. Well, guess what, Mom? I regret being born. Mary Grace had signed his legal name change in 2020 from Robert to Robin, which appeared to support his identity change when he was 17. Mary Grace, of course, who once worked at that Catholic church at the school that Robin actually graduated from, is now speaking with police after previously refusing to cooperate with the investigation into why her long-troubled, hate-filled son unleashed this heinous attack, according to investigators. I can tell you this, through working with our partners at the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension of Minnesota, there has been conversation. I'm not at any liberty to go any further than that. In other words, speaking to the mother, the mom has retained a criminal defense attorney, according to Fox News. Despite the antagonistic feelings displayed in the manifesto, the Westman penned a separate letter to his family and friends, telling them how much he loved them and how his parents should not blame themselves with how he turned out. He admitted in that series of online videos to regretting being brainwashed into being trans. You did not fail me. You gave me so much. I truly appreciate the love you've given. I feel I was raised to be a good person. I've kept those traits of empathy, self-sacrifice, and good character. Please do not think you've failed as parents. But again, feeling like he was brainwashed and planned to cut his long hair before unleashing his carnage, in which he planned to kill far more kids. He also wrote that he couldn't stop smoking, which he suspected without apparent evidence had given him cancer. Nor the attack that claimed 2 lives and 18 others wounded. He said, I wish I could stop vaping, but I can't. If I could stop vaping, I could stop myself from doing this attack, but I just don't want to. Stopping vaping will not get rid of my cancer, nor will it make these fantasies go away. So obviously he's vaping THC products. He eventually put his plan into motion, as we know, last Wednesday. So ultimately unleashing some 116 rifle rounds through the windows there into the church, and turned the gun on himself before authorities could get to him. That's what we know at this point in time. Why the mom has opted for criminal attorney representation. I guess she feels like she may be charged with something for maybe not divulging some of the things she knew. That's all speculation. Welcome back, Hippopotamus. Okay, Hippopotamus, he must have had to step out of the truck or something, because he's got us on the delay. All right, we'll come back to you right after this, Horse Feathers. Morning, Buckwheat.
Good morning, Steve. Yeah, I'm out here traveling along. I just thought here, I'm going to have to turn my heater valves on in my truck. It's getting a little bit nippy in the mornings here.
Right.
I had to put my sweater on, and I ran a run yesterday up to upstate in the Finger Lakes area, pick up a load of eggs, and we had in the mid-40s up there in northern Pennsylvania, so it's getting to be that time of year. But I don't have much to say, but I was sort of them there Phillies for me had my heart on a swivel last night when they played the Milwaukee Brewers. And the first half of the game, it seemed like they didn't know how to score a run, and then I guess that's what happens when you have two good teams facing each other. They yin and yang back and forth, and I'm glad the Phillies came out on top there. But it was, I don't have any fingernails left, that's for sure. But anyhow, this weekend we Cream of Wheat there. She has this thing where she likes to go yard sailing and have yard sales, and so at 3:30 in the morning, she got me up Saturday morning to go help her set up her yard sale over in a town where they're having a town-wide yard sale. And yeah, when you crawl into bed at 9 o'clock and then you get up at 3:30, that's almost like going to work. But anyhow, this weekend I had this sore spot that came on my thigh, and it started last Thursday, and I blamed Cream of Wheat for there slugging me in the middle of the night, giving me a black and blue mark. But Friday it kept getting worse, and Saturday I took a picture of it and sent it to the doctor, and she said, well, we're closed on Monday, and you best get yourself to the hospital because that looks like something serious. And so I went in the ER there, and yeah, Saturday afternoon, they said that I had cellulitis. And I was like, what in the world? I thought that was an old person's disease, but either I'm getting old or it's more than an old person's disease. But anyhow, so now they got me on meds for that, and hopefully in 2 weeks I'll be done with the meds and be done with this. I guess it's some sort of bacteria infection, and I guess it's sort of superficial. It's just underneath the skin, but I guess the main problem is if it gets into your bloodstream, then that's a serious scenario there to get rid of. But yeah, it's just something that I guess it's good thing I listened. Cream of Wheat there, she wanted me to get to the doctor, and well, I'm an old person, and we'll handle it ourselves. But I listened to her. But anyhow, so yeah, I don't have a big run today up to the New York City here in the Bronx. But yeah, Cream of Wheat said I got to be back in time for our church. Every 5 years sends out a picture directory of all the families that are at church, and so this is the year that we're going to take new pictures of our family, and I have to be back at 5:10 for these pictures, and Cream of Wheat said she don't know what we're going to wear. So I said, well, why don't we take a spin on what Horse Feather says there about Casual Friday, and don't drive naked, but we could go in our Speedos and that. And well, Cream of Wheat, she didn't like that idea. She said there was going to be women and children there. I don't know what that means. I mean, I thought it would be pretty good. You don't have to worry about what to wear. You just wear what God gave you. That should be good. But anyhow, she'll probably come up with something, and that'll probably look pretty good. She always is very creative, and but yeah. So anyhow, I just enjoying a conversation here, enjoying the good weather, and yeah, it's not often in the last 2 weeks of August you don't really sweat outside. But anyhow, soon it'll be that horrible word again, that we don't want to talk about.
That four-letter, that four-letter word that's not a cuss word.
Yep. But about this school shooting, this last one about the transgender, Bo Sterling there, I sort of listened to him a lot, and he's coming down hard on these drugs that these transgender people take to incorporate their change, and and he blames it on these drugs, making all these transgenders go loopy, but I don't know. I also think the devil's involved with it too. I mean, with all the hardship that the minds are messed up, and so Until you turn your life over to Jesus Christ, that's the only answer for all these problems. But yeah, everybody wants to do their own thing. So anyhow, well, that's about all I have, and we'll speak at you later.
All righty, good to hear from you, Buckwheat. Appreciate you checking in this Tuesday. Back to work as we get the new week underway, all right?
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tell now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
All right, let's get back at it here. See if the hippopotamus is back with us. Welcome back.
Yeah, I was in the middle of transitioning from the big truck to the little truck to go home. So later, it's good you had the Buckwheat on the line there to get a hold of him. So what did he say? He said Cream of Wheat said when you go get your church pictures, you can't let it all hang out. Is that what he was saying?
Yeah, something along that line. I don't know, some a Speedo or something. Did he say? Or
just when you go get your church pictures taken, just can't let it all hang out or something. I don't know. Be careful with that. Anyway, so speaking of, he mentioned Pennsylvania. One other thing I saw there over the weekend there was at Hershey Park. Did you happen to catch there was a child running around on their elevated rail track?
Yes, I did. That was scary.
What? How did that happen? I never even heard, anything about the story. I just saw the video, and they got the child to go towards an adult that was standing up on a roof that was closer there, and he was actually able to jump up on the tracks themselves
and get him.
But it's like I don't know if that's a monorail itself there, like what Philip drives, or how their old elevated track system works and everything. But yeah, so they were able to recover the child, and he didn't fall off, and everything ended well by the looks of it. But yeah, I didn't know if there was anything if you had anything on the story of that there to, find out what, I don't know, Paul Harvey would say the rest of the story.
The little boy had been reported missing. The parents were looking for him, and how he was able to get up on that elevator. The monorail was not running on that day, they said. It wasn't, I guess it was under maintenance or something. But somehow he went through what was supposed to be like, a chain-linked off area and ended up on the daggone tracks. There he was.
Yeah, and he was out there doing the balance beam act like, I don't know, I'd say he was probably 25, 30 feet in the air there, wouldn't you?
Yep, everybody was freaking out when they saw him. They said, go this way, go this way.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Yeah, and one person there, I don't know if it was an employee of Hershey Park or, just a person in there vacationing and enjoying the park, but ended up on the roof of one building there. And as I say, he was close enough he could actually jump right up on the track itself, and he got the boy to come to him and was able to grab hold of him, and all had a good outcome there compared to what it could have been.
Yeah.
But anyways, yeah. So I don't know. Kind of interested to see where maybe I got to get a hold of Buckwheat, find out, because it sounds like he was up there in the area where I grew up in upstate New York. If he was up in the Finger Lakes area, have to find out what he was doing up there. Maybe he had one of them secret missions from God, Your Honor. You think he was doing a whole Blues Brothers thing himself there, going that way? I don't know. We'll have to find out. Anyways, y'all have a good morning, and we're going to call it a whole day already, and we'll check back in with you later there after the midnight hour.
All righty. Well, have a great day and safe travels, right? Meanwhile, President Trump said on Saturday that he's going to issue an executive order to require voter identification for everyone. Voter ID must be part of every single vote, no exceptions. I will be doing an executive order to that end. I posted that on Truth Social. Also, no mail-in voting, except for those that are very ill and the faraway military. For years, he's called for the end of electronic voting machines, pushing instead for the use of paper ballots and hand counts. Of course, election officials say that is a time-consuming, costly, and far less accurate than machine counting. Okay. Now, as earlier last month, he pledged to issue an executive order to end the use of mail-in ballots, as well as voting machines ahead of the midterm elections next year. However, federal elections are administered at the state level. It's not clear whether the president would have the actual constitutional power to enact such a measure. But November 3, 2026, this is going to be the first nationwide referendum on Trump's domestic and foreign policies since returning to power in January. Democrats are hoping to break the Republican grip on both the House and the Senate so they can block Trump's domestic agenda. So there you go. For 2 decades, Transport Enterprise Leasing has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. Learn more at tell360.com.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At Tell, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support. Plus, access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call Tell at 866-404-6289 or visit tell360.com. Use promo code overnight100. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? From chrome to cab comforts, watermelon, all available. Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's SpeedMax. SpeedMax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
I think there's a lot of cities that are dealing with crime and violence right now, and so we haven't taken anything off the table.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem says all states and cities are under consideration for federal law enforcement. While appearing on CBS Face the Nation, Noem denied any political bias during deployment decisions.
Every single city is evaluated for what we need to do there to make it safer. So we've got operations that, again, I won't talk about details on, but we absolutely are not looking through the viewpoint at anything we're doing with a political lens.
Her comments come after a group of Democratic governors criticized the Trump administration's efforts to deploy National Guard troops in major cities, calling the efforts an alarming abuse of power. President Trump has threatened to expand National Guard deployments beyond Washington, D.C. into cities like New York, Chicago, and L.A. U.S. Attorney for D.C., Jeanine Pirro, is defending the Trump administration's federal crackdown on crime in D.C.
Pirro touted the impact during an appearance on Fox News Sunday.
If President Trump didn't do this, Washington would continue to be one of the most violent cities in the world, and anyone who is against it is about politics and not about safety for our fellow citizens.
Her comments come as President Trump has considered possibly conducting a similar crime crackdown in other major cities like Chicago. More than 2,000 National Guard troops are currently in Washington, D.C. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
The House Oversight Committee has officially withdrawn its request for former special counsel Robert Mueller to testify before the council.
Chairman James Comer made the announcement Sunday, with the survivors also set for a news conference Wednesday on Capitol Hill with Representatives Thomas Massie and Ro Khanna. Comer also sent a letter on Sunday to Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent requesting relevant suspicious activity reports to help the committee's oversight of the federal government's enforcement of sex trafficking laws, especially those in connection with the investigation into Epstein and Maxwell. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Pope Leo is calling for an end to a pandemic of arms following the Minneapolis school shooting.
Pope Leo is offering prayers for the victims of the shooting that killed 2 children at a Catholic school in Minneapolis.
Prayers for the victims of the tragic shooting during a school mass in the American state of Minnesota. We include in our prayers the countless children killed and injured every day around the world.
Speaking at the Sunday Angelus, the Pope continued by urging the faithful to plead with God to stop the pandemic of arms which infects our world. I'm Lisa Carton.
With a pending threat of National Guard troops arriving in Chicago to address crime,
the Windy City's coming off an extremely violent holiday weekend. Police say at least 43 people were shot, 7 of them dead since Friday. The city experienced 2 mass shootings over the weekend. One incident involved 7 victims who were wounded on Chicago's South Side. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Immigration rights groups and supporters are demanding that an ICE facility in west suburban Broadview, that's in Illinois, be shut down.
Protesters say the location is holding detainees for extended periods of time in inhumane conditions.
People are going without beds, with cold food, with no showers for 3 days on average, and that's just completely unacceptable.
Demonstrators are urging the Cook County State's Attorney and the Illinois Attorney General to investigate the allegations.
Perry Williams with that report. I'm Anthony Lucero. This is USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from the New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, lights, cameras, action. Get that final hour underway. As we settle back in this early Tuesday. Hope you enjoyed the extended weekend there. As we kind of unofficially say farewell to summer. All right, going back to Eagle's comments about the president having some health issues. Now, the photos of the bruising on his hand, those have been circulating for a number of weeks. And the narrative officially from the White House is they're blaming it on the fact that he's shaking hands, hundreds of times a day. I don't know. The latest photo that I did indeed see that he mentioned, bruising that would appear more like something you'd get from, say, possibly like an IV being used. So I'm sure that question will be coming up once again at the next press conference with Caroline Leavitt. And Pappy sent me some of the photographs, and I've seen those in recent weeks where they're kind of focusing on his swollen ankles. Big time swollen ankles. Now, Pappy said that'd be a sign of possible congestive heart failure. He said the guy sleeps, 3 or 4 hours a night. He goes nonstop. He's 79 years old. I mean, a 50-year-old can't work like he does. He needs to slow down. Or we've all seen the results of stress on former presidents, how they age while they're in office. So indeed, Eagle made a good point there. Slow down. But he's not going to do it. That's just the way he is. And that's what he did in his first 4 years. Go, go, go. I mean, posting on social media at 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. When do you ever get rest? And of course, the body has to have that rest. While we're sleeping is when our bodies heals itself. All right, more to come. Meanwhile, the Treasury Department yesterday, Monday no less, revealed the full list of jobs that will qualify for new tax deductions aimed at fulfilling the president's pledge to end taxes on tips. The list, which the Treasury Department provided exclusively to Axios, divided into 8 sections based on the type of work performed And it will be published in the Federal Register along with a series of proposed regulations from the Treasury and the Internal Revenue Service. So the categories, beverage and food service, that's going to include bartenders, wait staff, food servers, non-restaurant, dining room and cafeteria attendants, bartender helpers, chefs and cooks, food preparation workers, fast food and counter workers, dishwashers, bakers. You've got the entertainment and events category, gambling dealers, gambling change people and booth cashiers, gambling cage workers, dancers, musicians, and so the strippers aren't going to have to pay taxes on their tips. Wow. Gambling and sportsbook writers and runners, disc jockeys, except radio. I don't get tips, though. Entertainers and performers, digital content creators, ushers, lobby attendants. I mean, a lot of these didn't realize they ever even got a tip, but now in the hospitality services, yes, baggage porters and bellhops, concierge, hotel, motel, and resort desk clerks, maids, and housekeeping cleaners. Obviously, a lot of them are tipped. Home services, maintenance and repair workers, landscaping and groundskeeping workers. Yeah, I guess you tipped the grass guy, right? Home electricians, plumbers, home heating and air conditioning, mechanics and installers, locksmiths. There's several other categories. Skincare specialists, massage therapists, barbers, hairdressers, manicurists and pedicurists, eyebrow threading, waxing techs. They've got the full breakdown there. So, yeah, under recreation and instruction, golf caddies, you get to keep your tips. Self-enrichment teachers, recreation and tour pilots, tour guides and escorts, travel guides, sports and recreation instructors. So until 2028 anyway, workers in all these jobs will be eligible to deduct up to $25,000 in cash tips from their federal taxable income, as well as up to $12,500 in overtime pay. The Treasury Secretary told the news outlet that the deduction is rather expansive but fair. Yeah, for workers, $20 here and $20 there can make a big difference. I think he's definitely correct there, right? Well, good morning, blind man.
Hey, good morning, Steve. Got a comment about Eagle. You suppose Trump is saying, look at this, look at this, look at this, and then he's doing something else while we're watching what's going on. Just wondering, you know?
Mm-hmm.
He could be doing something else, and we don't know about it. But I like to find out exactly what's going on up in Boston with Michelle Wu. I'm just wondering if she's going to be arrested or what. And we're just living in interesting times now. And I just really don't understand what's really going on. I'm fed up with the transgender movement, especially in Fairfax and Arlington, Virginia. They're throwing their nose at Trump, and he's threatening to cut off their funds. Well, just do it, sir. Do it. Don't let these people get away with what they're doing. Sometimes they just get so aggravated that things are not happening fast. But my friend Nick says that it takes time to make sure that what Trump is up to is done correctly. So nothing can happen, down the road. Well, Trump should have done this or Trump should have done that. But anyhow, that's about all I have to say for this morning. So you guys have a good week, and I guess I'll be calling Eskimo Mom after the show and talking to her and who else that she can round up. So you take care, Steve, and let's keep our fingers crossed that Trump is continuing to do the right thing.
There you go. Thank you much there, Blind Man. Appreciate you chiming in. I haven't heard anything really new out of Chicago over the weekend, but all right, I do know that they had the Powerball drawing. Several people were asking about that earlier. Last evening, the Monday night, what was it, $1.1 billion? No winner, if you can believe that. Estimated jackpot now at $1.3 billion. So that'll be a Wednesday drawing this week. Wednesday, what's that, like 11 o'clock Eastern time, they pulled the numbers. So it continues to grow, $1.30 billion. What would you do? Now, there were a handful of $1 million winners last evening. In other words, you got everything. You matched the 5 white balls, but missed the Powerball, right? Match 5. Winners, California, Florida, Kentucky, Massachusetts, Michigan, New Jersey. A couple of them in New Jersey. New York, Pennsylvania, Virginia. So check the tickets. If you did actually play the power play, that'd be like a $2 million winner. You had one such winning ticket in Montana and one in North Carolina. All I know is the princess wants some tickets for the Powerball. All right, Philip, yes, sir.
You got to get them tickets, man. You better go back and get them tickets at the store, man.
Yeah.
Hey, I want to make a comment about that little boy down there at the monorail in Hershey. That young man is very lucky. The height would not be so much to concern me. I mean, you think the width of that track is only about 2 foot, but the electricity on it. If you look at the pictures of the monorail beams, they have a bar that runs parallel to it. It runs down it. There's actually a black bar that's on there on that one. That's the bus bar. That's what supplies electricity to the train. If that was a single bar, some of them will have the bar on one side and one on the other. Some of them have them both on one side. If he grounded out with that electricity on, he'd been done. So, and that gentleman climbing up on that beam, you can tell that beam ain't got no power, because that gentleman that climbed up on that beam to get him down, he wouldn't have made it that far, even close to that beam, if it had power on it. It would have knocked him down instantly. In some instances with those monorail tracks, depends on what the train runs on, if it runs on DC power or AC power. If it runs on DC power, you're pretty much done. The AC power lets you go, but it's a dangerous situation. That young man, the only way he caught on that track was to be in a station, so he had to go to one of the ground level stations, get on the beam, and then walk it. That's the only way he could have got on that beam. Our stations are locked up at night, so nobody can go into them. So, I mean, that's a security issue that Hershey needs to address. But I just thought I'd chime in on that a little bit. And he's very lucky that he's alive. I mean, the height, absolutely 30 feet. Somebody was referencing 100 feet, which even our beams are not even 100 feet off the ground out there. Our highest beam is like 65. But, yeah, it's serious business, and that power, the big thing is that train was shut down, and that power was off of that beam. If that power would have been on, those folks wouldn't have been able to rescue him.
Wow.
And that'd been a bad situation. There's a lot of power involved with those. Depends on the train. Some of them run on 600 volts direct current. You know, that's kind of like you see your welders out here welding. That's kind of like the same thing as what those put out. Mm-hmm. But most of your city trains are 600 volts, and that's what ours run on. And it's dangerous. That's why we're where we're at. I mean, we got people in stations, nonetheless, driving it, but we have people manning stations just to keep people from getting close to that beam. You don't want nobody near that beam because there's a lot of electricity out there, and if you ground out, it's not a good situation.
Wow.
That's what I thought I'd touch on, buddy.
Yeah.
And I'll talk to y'all tomorrow. Y'all have a good one. Thank you.
Very interesting. So I guess it's a miracle, the fact that for whatever reason, and I'm assuming it was maintenance or something, that the monorail was not running when that all occurred. Wow. We'll return in 2.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Yeah, I'm not seeing a whole lot of detail, but yeah, what's supposed to be a harmless prank, turned deadly over the weekend as an 11-year-old boy was fatally shot in Houston. He was playing Ding Dong Ditch. Yeah, most of us have done that at some point, right? As kids, right? You go up to somebody's house, ring the doorbell, and run away. The boy had been ringing doorbells late Saturday evening, according to Houston police. The boy, who has not yet been identified, died of his wounds Sunday. Officers still investigating, had not arrested anyone in connection with the death as of Sunday evening. But it's not like it's the first time. Other ding-dong ditch pranks have turned deadly in the past. In 23, Southern California man convicted on 3 counts of first-degree murder for killing 3 teenage boys, intentionally ramming their car after they rang his doorbell. Back in May, a Virginia man charged with second-degree murder for fatally shooting an 18-year-old who had rung his doorbell while doing a TikTok thing, videoing the prank. This day and age, it used to be the grumpy old neighbor, get off my lawn, get off my grass. Nowadays, if you ring somebody's doorbell, you don't know if it's a drug house. You don't know if somebody that's wacko inside thinking someone's out. It's just sad state of affairs. But all right, meanwhile, see what's going on with Carl. Morning, Carl.
Good morning, Steve. How are you doing this morning?
Well, back at 'em after the Labor Day weekend. Did you do anything special?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I did. I went to the Louisville football game up there in Louisville. versus Eastern Kentucky University. It was what I expected would be a blowout. Louisville did blow them out pretty good, but my second cousin, he got the only offensive touchdown that was scored by Eastern Kentucky. So that was a big plus there on that, to see that happen, because he is a sophomore with Eastern, and he's a really good running back. And Eastern has not been playing him because they've got a couple of juniors ahead of him, and I have a feeling that some of that's going to change pretty soon. With this next game coming up here, he's probably going to get more playing time as a result of his pretty good performance there against Louisville in the third quarter in particular on Saturday. It was really hot. That was a really hot venue there. I mean, man, it was hot. I couldn't believe it, how hot it was.
Really?
But, it was amazing how hot it was. The fans were going out, leaving the stadium and going out into the areas where you could watch the game on TV. It was so hot. It was incredibly hot up there on Saturday. The sun was just beating down on the entire stadium, and it was really, really hot. I mean, I got burned. I mean, it was just amazing how hot it was out there. I couldn't hardly stand it myself, but I made it through it. But anyway, getting to the Texas and Alabama game there, the Texas versus Ohio State. Yeah, that was a pretty good game there. I don't keep notes, so I occasionally mess up a little bit on what I'm trying to say. I'm driving. I'm here in Cleveland, Tennessee, going northbound right now. But done been to Alabama tonight. So, the Texas game versus Ohio State turned out to be what I thought it would be. I was picking Ohio State myself on that one.
Yeah.
And then, of course, the Tennessee-Syracuse. I picked Tennessee on that one. And then the I picked LSU on that one. There's several people saying we were watching stuff on TV before the game there in Louisville. They had a great huge big screen out there, and where people could just watch that game, the Texas Ohio State game. They had other things going on there on that too, but anyway, the thing about Trump and Putin here coming up with Zelensky as well, on that, Trump has made the deadline, and today Monday was the deadline. Yesterday was the deadline on the he was going to have to do something and call Putin or whatever.
Where he gave the 2 weeks. I kind of thought the 2 weeks has got to be come and gone. So should be slapping those tariffs on Putin maybe today. Hold the thought, though. We'll come back after this. For 2 decades, TEL has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. Learn more at tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump has taken to social media to announce he's going to award the Presidential Medal of Freedom, which is the nation's highest civilian honor, to Rudy Giuliani.
The news comes 2 days after New York City's former mayor and Trump lawyer was seriously injured in a New Hampshire car crash after his rental car was rear-ended. The 81-year-old Giuliani suffered fractured vertebra and injuries to his left arm and leg. Trump called his longtime ally the greatest mayor in the history of New York City and an equally great American patriot. Giuliani was disbarred for trying to overturn the 2020 election. He was released from the hospital Monday afternoon and is planning to recover in New Hampshire. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gasoline is $3.19 today. Mono County, California is up to $5.84, while Simpson County, Mississippi is down to $2.49. From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. StrongTel.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
And now Now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, going to get back with Carl here. I think Eagle had some sentiment in regards to Chicago, to which President Trump issued yet another warning to Governor Pritzker, which is fix the violent crime fast or we're coming. With federal forces, in other words. Yeah, 6 people were killed, 24 shot in Chicago. Now, that would have been the previous weekend, not Labor Day weekend. And a weak, pathetic governor of Illinois just said he doesn't need help in preventing crime. Yes, Trump posted that Saturday evening. He's crazy. He better straighten it out fast or we're coming. MAGA President DJT. That after the Chicago Democrat Mayor Brandon Johnson signed an executive order barring the police department from helping federal authorities with civil immigration enforcement or any related patrols, traffic stops, checkpoints. The mayor directed all city departments to guard the constitutional rights of Chicago residents amid the possibility of imminent militarized immigration or National Guard deployment. When asked during a news conference about federal agents presumably taking orders, Johnson replied, "Yeah, and I don't take orders from the federal government." Johnson also blocked Chicago police from wearing face coverings to hide their identities, as most federal immigration and customs enforcement officers have adopted since the Trump administration took charge this year. The federal surge into Chicago could start as early as Friday and last about 30 days, according to several U.S. officials that described the immigration crackdown as part of a larger effort to expand the federal law enforcement presence in major Democrat-run cities like they did this summer in L.A. Now, D.C. is virtually in just 14 days a crime-free zone, says Trump. The people living and working there are ecstatic. Unlike the recent federal takeover of policing in D.C., the Chicago operation is not expected to rely on the National Guard or military. It is focused on illegal immigration rather than being cast as part of a broad campaign against crime in general. But Chicago, obviously home to a large migrant population, both the city and the state have some of the country's strongest rules against cooperating with immigration enforcement agents. That's often put the city and the state at odds with Trump's mass deportation agenda. Okay. See where that goes. Could begin as early as Friday. But Pritzker says we don't need any help. We don't have a problem here. Okay. All right, Carl, thanks for hanging in there.
Yes, Steve, I agree with Trump on this issue also as well. He should move into Chicago, and I predict he will by Friday, and it's going to happen. And this governor, he better step out of the way, you know. That's the way that's going to happen because he's going to get the National Guard in his great, big, huge city, okay, with millions of people there that need to be safe and secure. I was born in the city of Chicago in 1962, and me and my family lived there until 1968. And we moved when I was 6 years old to Kentucky. Okay, and that was one of the reasons why we moved. That right there, that crime thing is one of the reasons why we moved to Kentucky. Okay, that's just one, but we had several, but that was one of them. Okay, and I remember I went to the first day of first grade up there, and it was sad for me to say bye to my friends up there. I do remember that, and so I hated doing that, but that city is full of crime up there, and it's always been full of crime, always, and it needs to be cleaned up. And I can't remember that any time that the National Guard has been put into use in that city in particular, except for the riots of 1968 that was going on all over the country, as a matter of fact, due to the Vietnam War. But that was an issue back then that was happening nationwide. And the thing that we've got as a problem right now, I'll try to just be brief, but the thing we've got as a problem right now is the radical left mainly is just causing problems everywhere they go. And if it weren't for that, we would be peaceful in this country. And I'll just leave it at that. But as far as the Russia thing goes, okay, I didn't know that we had $300 billion of frozen Russian assets. Okay, $300 billion of frozen Russian assets that we, the United States, is holding right now. That's a great big huge card right there that we can play on the issue of getting Russia to bow down and do what they need to do here to break down and start their movement out of the Ukraine. And if I were Trump, I would just say get out of the whole country, or else we're just going to have to tear a few to death, okay? And just lay it to them, lay the tariffs on them as hard as you can lay it to them, and see what he does on that, and just keep ready. This right here, Steve, is Trump's John F. Kennedy Cuban Missile Crisis moment. I do believe this right here is very serious, and we need to be ready as far as the country goes, just in case Putin does something really, really stupid and unleashes some kind of a attack on the United States, or hits a submarine and then calls it a mistake or something like that. He's got some issues with his head, with his brain, that need to be corrected. He needs what I'm calling an attitude adjustment. Right. He needs it real quick. So I'll just leave it at that.
He's not going to take he's not going to take the threat of an attitude adjustment from Trump. He ain't nobody telling me what to do. That's his position. But all right, let me see. Eagle, yes, had some comments about Chicago. I don't know. Are we going to roll the National Guard in there later this week, or Immigrations and Customs Enforcement?
Yeah, after I hung up with you, I didn't miss the first part of the show. He was talking about it on your news briefing. Then I looked at something else on TikTok. Hey, listen, Steve, they talking about all the shooting that's gone on over. We talk about this every Labor Day and Memorial Day in Chicago. This is not nothing new. It just started happening like the last month. This Pritzker fat boy, he needs to shut up, get out of the way. That could be what Trump got to say tomorrow in his news conference at 2:00, and I wouldn't have no problem whatsoever if he say, "Hey, we coming to Chicago tomorrow. Get the hell out of the way." And you've been giving your warning. We headed there now. So if you're in the bad, if you're doing bad stuff, we gonna run you out of town, because we not gonna put up with this. It makes no sense, Steve. They call civilized. You have no business. They said that they had two. What do you call them? Where you have these multi-murder, shootings where you got mass murders, 10 and 15 people at each shooting. That's ridiculous. When somebody pull up to a party or a barbecue or whatever and start shooting kids, women and kids, that's got to be put to a stop. If you want to shoot guns that bad, join the military. You can go over to Pakistan, Afghanistan, you can shoot all the guns you want. But it's got to come to a stop. And I was in Memphis over the weekend, driving through there on the low. That's another place. I've said it before. Memphis is totally out of control. I think I heard tonight that they had a shooting at some event they had in Memphis. Some guy pulled up and started shooting. I don't know if anybody got hit, but Chicago has been out of control for a long time. And for that guy, if he even dares come on TV, Pritzker, how can he come on TV, Steve, and say that he doesn't have a problem in Chicago when you got 20 to 30 people being shot every damn weekend or every week? This guy here, either he's stupid or he don't want to see the problem, or he's too stupid to see the problem. So, I can understand if it was only one murder or two murders, saying, well, but we got things under control. You don't have things under control when you got people getting gunned down like this. And it's time for him to get the hell out of the way, and Trump to move on in. And if he tried to stop him, they put him in jail too. But the crime has got to stop in Chicago. People trying to raise their families, and they shouldn't have to live in a war zone. It's just that simple. So I hope maybe that's what Trump got to say tomorrow at 2:00. And I wouldn't have no problem if he move in to Chicago by this weekend and take over the bad neighborhoods and get these losers in jail behind bars where they belong. And I thank you for taking my call.
Yeah, I pulled up the numbers for the Labor Day weekend, which is now in the books, and according to NBC5 out of Chicago, at least 54 shot, 7 dead. Labor Day weekend in Chicago. So we just come off a 3-day weekend, 54 shot. Wow. 7 fatalities. We don't have a problem. Morning, pup.
How's it going, Steve?
Doing all right. It's been a while. How you been?
Yeah, I about missed the whole month of August. I was a pretty sick fella. Hey, right off the bat, 294 around Chicago, at the 10-mile marker, it is closed. I was coming down through there, and this motorcycle, crotch rocket, passed me. I couldn't tell you how fast he's going.
Yeah.
Extremely fast. Anyway, I get up there. There's a four-wheeler on the shoulder of the road by the median, and then there's Amazon Prime on the shoulder, and I seen the motorcycle. The motorcycle had been run over by the big truck, I'm sure. That I didn't see a driver. So either he is stuck under that car or that big truck or out in the ditch. But anyway, 294 is closed. And then blind man, Eskimo mom ain't working tonight. So we did have really nice weather for our Labor Day. I just figured I'd come out. We did have really nice weather for our Labor Day. I just figured I'd come out here and make it the hospital bills. So.
Yeah, I got you.
But the doctors got me all back in shape. Who would have ever guessed your sodium is so important to you? They said I was within 24 hours of having a seizure or a stroke because my sodium was so low.
Wow.
I sweat it all out or something. I don't know what happened. But we're back in action. Making a little extra money here on the weekend. So.
I appreciate the update. I didn't realize you had been out like that. Did I miss it? Not paying attention. I'm about 12 before the hour. Lone Ranger going to be checking in 2.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All righty, back at it here. Well, good morning, Lone Ranger.
Good morning. Well, quick update on the cancer. The stem cell operation was a success. And I was told recently that the cancer is gone. But, of course, I've heard that 3 other times. So the difference would be that these modified stem cells, the problem with the cancer is you can't see it on the screen. It only takes one cancer cell for it to come back. So this operation, the stem cells were modified, and supposedly the modified stem cells track down any little trace that would be left over after the chemo or whatever you get, and attacks it and gets rid of it. So I have another scan on the 18th, and that'll be the true test, because in that amount of time, if it's going to come back, it will.
Oh.
So that's where I'm at right now, but it's a long recovery. I'm weak.
It would be
I don't
visible.
have an appetite.
It would be visible on like the scan within a matter of weeks like that. It would grow that quick.
It has.
Wow.
It has. The first time it came back after 6 months. Second time came back after 3 months, and the third time came back after 2 weeks. That's why they opted to do this operation.
Gotcha.
Well, I'll tell you what, I've never been so glad that I spent some time in the Army, because you would not believe the cost of all this stuff. It is insane. Crazy money. So anyway, that's the update. But a couple comments here real quick. The problem with these Democrat-run cities that are ridden with crime is that the mayors, and in the case of Illinois, even the governor, they hate Trump more than they care about the citizens of their towns and in some cases, states. The hatred for Trump by these people is just incredible. But what they don't realize, now, in Chicago, the residents are crying for help. And they're being ignored because the hatred for Trump is greater than the care for the citizens. But people are noticing this. I just saw where the Democrat Party's approval rating is down to 19%. And they spend all day, every day, bashing Trump, but they never offer a solution. And I'm so tired of hearing he's a threat to democracy.
but they never say what the threat is. What is the threat? I mean, the guy is setting records with his accomplishments. You watch the Democrats, they're singing songs. The whole thing with the Democrat Party is they want power and control of the people. That's their agenda. Where Trump's agenda is to do what's best for the country. That's the difference. So people are noticing. And a quick comment on the industry. I saw where that company in Washington, that truck driving school that trained that individual who did the U-turn and caused the death of 3 people.
Yep.
They were caught. They were selling CDLs.
Correct.
Selling them.
Yep.
So those people need to go to jail for a long, long time. And the number one thing that sticks in my mind with that video of that accident in Florida was the look on the guy's face. He had no remorse, never got out to even try to help anybody, just stood there with a blank look on his face. Now, over the years, we've seen the quality of truck drivers go down considerably with the addition of these foreign drivers. I mean, I travel a lot. I don't get paid for it anymore, but I travel a lot. And every year when I go to Arizona, I see more and more truck drivers that employ the bad driving habits that used to only be employed by four-wheelers. The four-wheelers used to be the ones that would run up the lane that's going to be closed to the end and cut over at the last minute, causing a backup. Now you see truck drivers doing that and hanging in the passing lane when they're not passing anybody. All of the bad habits of four-wheelers are now being employed by truck drivers. Not all, of course. But these foreign drivers, thank God they're weeding them out now. They come from third world countries where the standards are different.
Yep.
And most of third world countries don't have interstate highways. They don't know how to drive on an interstate highway. They'll ride the left lane from one end of the state to the other and think nothing of it. But the attitude, that attitude where they just don't care about human life. And again, some of the countries they come from, murders and rapes are just commonplace. It's no big deal. It's an everyday occurrence. And the shootings, I mean, it's out of control. How can a mayor of a city stand at a podium and say that he doesn't want help to clean up the crime in his city? How do you do that when the residents are crying for help? People are dying. I mean, what the number one job of a politician, whether it's a mayor or governor or even president, is to protect the people. So I don't know how much lower the ratings, the approval rating of the Democrat Party has to go before they just totally disband the party. They have nothing to offer. They spend all day bashing Trump. And you got this pretty boy clown from California. He's tracking me up. He's trying to act like Trump, but he spends all day bashing Trump. Does he realize that Trump will not be his opponent in 2028? Trump can't run. So he's bashing a guy who can't even run against him. How stupid is that? This guy's a total clown. I think that hair gel must have soaked into his brain or something. But he's trying to be cool. He's got a pretty good rap. He's okay, trying to be the cool guy in town. But you look at California, the funniest thing he said, not funny, but absurd, when he said he wants to fight fire with fire. Now, is that really what you should say when the Pacific Palisades burned to the ground years ago and people can't get permits to rebuild their houses?
Is
that really an expression you want to use?
Exactly. Hey, Ranger, it's great to hear from you. I got to run because we're out of time. Thanks for being with us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love.